What if the fate of an empire hung on a single, cursed artifact? A relic pulsing with ancient power, buried beneath the weight of centuries, hidden from prying eyes and cursed by the gods themselves. The Ottoman Empire, a tapestry woven from blood, betrayal, and 1,000 whispered secrets, danced on the knife's edge of ambition and disaster. Lords and ladies, with their silk robes and concealed daggers, played a game more treacherous than chess, one where losing meant not just defeat, but obliteration. In the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, a scholar, an outcast in a world of opulence, holds the key to a truth that could ignite a conflagration. His fingers tremble, not from fear, but exhilaration. This isn't just dusty parchment, it's a ticking time bomb wrapped in the language of the damned. What happens when history refuses to lie still? When the shadows of the past begin to breathe and writhe like a serpent, thirsting for revenge. Picture this: a courtier, slick as oil, smiles disarmingly, his charm a facade. But behind that veneer lies an ambition sharper than the finest scimitar, a hunger for power that knows no bounds. He knows the whispers. He knows the shadows. The relic. It calls to him, allures him like a lover long since cast aside. And he isn't the only one. From the sultans to the beggars, everyone feels its pull, like moths drawn to a flame that promises warmth but delivers only ash. Why did the empire crumble? Was it invaders at the gates or treason lurking within? The answer lies in a tale of lust and madness, of alliances forged in blood and broken in fire. The sultans, draped in opulence, were but puppets dancing to a sinister melody played by their own advisors. Behind every sumptuous feast, a dagger glimmers in the candlelight. Behind every whispered prayer, a curse lingers, ready to unleash chaos. When the scholar stumbles upon a diary, a frantic scrawl of desperation and dark humor that mocks the very notion of destiny, he realizes this isn't just history, it's a prophecy, a warning wrapped in riddles. The ink, mixing with the dust of ages, begins to breathe, filling his mind with visions of glory and ruin. Who wrote it? What madness drove them to capture their world in such a way? As night falls, laughter echoes through the palace halls, too sweet, too sharp. The revelry hides something sinister beneath the surface. Treachery whispers on the wind, and every toast holds the taste of betrayal. Will the scholar expose the truth, or will he too become a pawn in a game where only the most ruthless survive? What if you could change the course of history with a single word? What if that word was hidden in plain sight, just waiting for someone audacious enough to claim it? Step closer. The shadows are heavy, and the laughter might just be your last sound. Welcome to a world where history is not just written, it is alive, breathing, and waiting for its next victim. The moon hung low in the sky, a silver coin tossed carelessly into the dark, twisted alley of fate. Osman I stood there, heart pounding, shadows dancing around him like whispers of the past. He could smell the damp earth, a mixture of sweat and fear that clung to the air. The world seemed to hold its breath, a silence so deep that even the night dared not disturb it. There, in the dying embers of twilight, he felt the weight of destiny pressing down on him like an iron shroud. I remember, he whispered, the words slipping from his lips as easily as the blood from the wounds he bore. I remember the sound of horses' hooves thundering against the ground, the clash of metal, the cries of men, friends who became ghosts, lost in the haze of battle. I remember the fire that raged in my veins, the hunger for something more than this barren expanse of life. Beneath that moonlight, his eyes sparkled with a desperation that was almost palpable. Osman was not merely a shepherd's son, he embodied the weight of 1,000 dreams unspoken and 100 nameless fears. He was driven by a relentless urge to rise from the ashes of obscurity, to carve his name into the annals of history. But each step forward felt like pulling teeth from a dragon's maw, painful yet exhilarating, a precarious dance on the edge of oblivion. Beside him, a flickering torch illuminated the fierce, determined face of his closest ally, Gunduz. They had been through hell and back, bound by blood and brotherhood. Gunduz's hands were calloused, a testament to the battles fought and the lives lost. Osman, he said, voice raw with urgency, we must act. The Byzantines gather their strength, their shadows loom larger with each passing day. Are you prepared to stake everything? The question hung heavy in the air, thick as a fog that threatened to swallow them whole. Osman's heart raced, a wild creature seeking escape. Prepared, he echoed, laughing bitterly. What is preparation but a futile dance? I have nothing but my dreams, and perhaps that is enough. But deep inside, Osman felt the flickering flame of doubt, a whisper that gnawed at his resolve. He had seen too many fall, too many lives snuffed out like candles in the wind. He remembered his father's words, the weight of them pressing down. You are destined for greatness, my son, but greatness demands a price. What price was too steep? What sacrifice was too cruel? As he grappled with his own demons, a chill swept through the air, a harbinger of what was yet to come. The stars twinkled high above, indifferent to the chaos below. They watched as Osman's determination swelled, a storm brewing beneath his skin. He knew he could not back down. He had made promises to the fallen, to the earth that cradled their bones. In that moment of clarity, he cast a sidelong glance at Gunduz. His friend's expression was a canvas of anxiety and fierce loyalty, a spark igniting within him. We will gather our people, Osman said, voice steady now. I will not let fear dictate our fate. We will face this darkness together. But the specter of doubt lurked, a shadow that mirrored their every move. As they turned to rally the scattered remnants of their tribe, Osman could not shake the feeling that the winds of fate were whispering something ominous. Could they truly rise against the encroaching tide? In the chaos that followed, the evening ignited into a frenzy. Osman found himself swept away by the fervor of those who believed in his vision. Their eyes shone with hope, yet he could feel the weight of their expectations like stone around his neck. He wanted to scream, to tell them that they were following a dreamer, a fool dancing on the cusp of ruin. But he couldn't. Not in front of them. Not when they looked to him as their beacon of light. Among the throng, he caught sight of an older woman, a seer steeped in the mysteries of their lineage. Her gaze pierced through him, and he felt exposed, raw. The future is woven with shadows, Osman, she murmured, voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge. Beware the price you pay, a crown made of thorns may yet be your destiny. He shuddered, the chill crawling down his spine. I know nothing of crowns or thorns, he replied, struggling to breathe against the storm of uncertainty swirling within him. I seek only to protect my people. But did he? Was it glory he sought or salvation? In that fleeting moment, doubt twisted like a knife. Perhaps he was chasing a specter, a dream outlined in smoke and mirrors. Perhaps his quest would end with him as another shadow, another ghost haunting the hills of Anatolia. The ground trembled beneath their feet as they marched onward, the echoes of their footsteps drowning out the whispers of fear. Osman felt the rush of adrenaline, a torrent that surged through him as he stood at the precipice of his destiny. The darkness loomed, but within it lay the glimmer of possibility, a flame waiting to be ignited. Yet, as they closed in on the Byzantine camp, a sudden stillness descended, a suffocating blanket drawing tight around them. Time slowed, hearts studied in synchrony, the world narrowing until all that existed was that imminent clash, the promise of blood and glory, of dreams forged in fire. In that moment, Osman realized he stood not just for himself, but for every soul who had ever dared to dream against the tide of despair. He was on the brink, a precipice of choice, teetering between glory and ruin. The past, the present, the future, they all converged in that heart-stopping instant, and as he drew his sword, he felt eternity itself whispering in his ear. This was only the beginning. The rise of Osman I was just the first note in a symphony that would resonate through the ages, echoing in the hearts of those who would follow. The night was dark, but within it burned the promise of a new dawn. The battle would be fierce, the cost high. But sometimes, just sometimes, a flame born of desperation could illuminate the path to greatness. And as he looked into the eyes of his brothers and sisters, he felt it, the electrifying pulse of destiny, alive and thrumming, carrying them forward into the chaos of tomorrow. The night air was thick with the weight of silence, broken only by the distant crackle of flames licking at the remnants of a village. Shadows danced like phantoms on the ground, flickering against the backdrop of smoke and chaos. I remember the cries, the desperate, haunting cries of men, women, children, each note a reminder of what was lost, of dreams turned to ash. Orhan's forces, relentless and driven, surged like a tide, sweeping everything in their path. And in that moment, I could feel the heartbeat of history, pounding like a war drum that promised neither peace nor reprieve. In the chaos, I found myself standing beside Halil, a soldier forged in the fires of conflict yet haunted by the spectre of his own choices. He gripped his sword, knuckles white and trembling, eyes wild with a blend of fear and unyielding fervor. "It's time to be warriors," he muttered under his breath, like a prayer or perhaps a curse. I wanted to tell him that warriors could also be broken men, that glory often wore the guise of blooded hands and heavy hearts, but the words died in my throat. Instead, I merely nodded, a gesture that felt pitifully inadequate. I remember watching him charge into the fray, a lion amongst sheep, yet every swing of his sword echoed with the uncertainty of his own heart. Would he be the hero of songs, or one of the countless forgotten souls beneath the earth? The clash of metal rang in my ears, a symphony of chaos, and I felt a pang of both admiration and terror. Conflicted emotions twisted in my gut, tightening around my insides like a vice. This was conquest, a game of power played on the backs of the innocent, and yet here we were, plunged headfirst into the abyss. Then there was Zeynep, a woman of remarkable fortitude, her spirit as fierce as any blade. She stood amongst the ruins, her gaze steady, but her heart crumbled like the stones that surrounded her. "We can rebuild," she insisted to those around her, her voice a beacon in the darkness, though I could see the doubt lurking just beneath the surface. Her hands were calloused, stained with the remnants of hope and loss, and they trembled as she brushed soot from her face. I remember the way she looked at Halil, her eyes a mixture of admiration and fear, caught between the man he was becoming and the monster he might unleash. As night descended, the stars above flickered with a cruel indifference, each one a witness to the unfolding tragedy. I felt time slip through my fingers like sand, each grain a moment lost to the ravages of this brutal expansion. The cosmos spun on, unfazed by the destruction below it, a reminder that in this vast universe, we were mere flickers of consciousness, grappling with our own insignificance. Suspended in this chaos, I found myself reflecting on the darkness of ambition, on the intoxicating lure of conquest. Orhan, our leader, was a man of vision, a visionary who saw the world not as it was, but as it could be, a tapestry woven with threads of power and control. Yet, what price did he pay for that vision? What sacrifices lay hidden beneath the surface of his conquests? I could only watch, my heart heavy with the knowledge that every victory came at a cost, one that would forever stain the pages of history. I remember a moment of stark clarity, as I caught sight of Orhan standing on a hill, silhouetted against the dying light. He was a man transformed, his eyes alight with the fire of ambition, yet overshadowed by the ghosts of those who fell in his wake. I felt the chill of dread creep up my spine. Was he a savior or a harbinger? The thought lingered like a spectre, haunting and relentless. Halil returned from the battle, his face splattered with the remnants of a life snuffed out. The weight of what he'd done hung on him like a cloak of shadows. He spoke in hushed tones, recounting tales of valor, but I saw the way his hands trembled, the way his voice cracked, a facade cracking under the pressure of reality. "I did what I had to," he whispered, yet the words felt like a lie, a desperate attempt to justify the inescapable truth. How many lives would he carry with him, ghosts weaving in and out of his dreams? Zeynep watched him, her expression a tapestry of longing and sorrow. She wanted to comfort him, to wrap those shattered fragments of his soul in her warmth, yet the distance loomed between them, a chasm of unspoken words and unresolved conflicts. "It's not too late," she urged softly, her voice barely rising above the embers that crackled in the night. But what could she say? Could she heal the wounds that bore into his heart? Silence descended again, heavy and suffocating. The air thickened with the remnants of despair, and I realized that in our quest for power, we had become ensnared in a web of our own making. The expansion under Orhan was not merely about land or conquest, it was about the very essence of what it meant to be human, to wrestle with demons both external and within. As the night wore on, I could feel the battles raging in the minds of each character woven into this tapestry of turmoil, Halil, Zeynep, and Orhan, each caught in their own storm. The world around us seemed to pulse with palpable energy, alive and unforgiving, demanding to be reckoned with. The echoes of swords clashing and the cries of the fallen hung in the air like a macabre symphony, a reminder that every choice held gravity, every moment a potential turning point. In the stillness that followed the storm, I felt the threads of fate weaving tighter, drawing us toward an inevitable confrontation, a reckoning that would bind us all together in ways we could not yet comprehend. I remember the weight of it all, of ambition, courage, loss, and hope. Each heartbeat resonated with the pulse of history, and I knew deep within my soul that we were woven into a narrative larger than ourselves, one that would stretch far beyond the confines of this night. And as the dawn began to creep over the horizon, I sensed that the true battle was yet to come, an unyielding tide that would sweep through our lives, leaving nothing unchanged in its wake. The air ripples with dread, a silence so profound it seems to swallow the dying light. Shadows stretch long across the cobblestones of Bursa, whispers of a city clinging to its last breath. The walls of the citadel, once a proud bulwark, now tremble under the weight of impending doom. I stand there, heart pounding, skin prickling with that primal instinct, the kind that warns of danger lurking just beyond the veil of twilight. The scent of smoke and fear merges, intoxicating and suffocating. I remember the day before the siege began, the sun gleaming like a knife's edge, promising warmth while hinting at violence. There was laughter then, mingling with the sound of children playing in the marketplace, unaware of the storm brewing. But now, oh, the irony of those sunlit moments. My friend Alexio stands beside me, his face pale, eyes wide, as if he's seeing the world through a thick fog. He's not a warrior, he's a scholar, a keeper of stories. Yet here he is, clutching a spear that feels heavier than his heart. "Do you think they'll come tonight?" he whispers, though the tremor in his voice betrays his bravado. I want to reassure him, to pull him into the comforting embrace of false hope. But the truth hangs sharp in the air, a blade ready to strike. I shake my head, but the silence between us screams louder than words. The walls are closing in, and we can feel it. The city, the heart of Byzantium, beats in a frantic rhythm, echoing our fear. Across the square, another figure looms, a shadow that flickers against the dying light. Elena, fierce and defiant, her spirit a wildfire in a world of ash. Her heart is a battlefield, torn between duty and desire. She was meant to marry a man of power, a shield for her family's name, but love doesn't bend to the will of empires. I watch her now, pacing, her fists clenched as if she could grasp the very threads of fate and weave a different story. "I won't hide," she declares, voice rising, desperation and defiance melding together. "If they come for us, I will fight." Her words are a fragile flame in the dark. I admire her, God, how I admire her. But I see the shadows creeping into her resolve. What do you do when the enemy isn't just at the gates, but within your very soul? Night unfurls around us. The world is a tapestry of fear and hope, a cruel joke played by the cosmos. As the stars blink into existence, I recall the tales of heroes, of warriors who stood against insurmountable odds. But heroes don't exist here, only desperate souls clinging to their fragmented dreams. We hear the distant sounds of drums, an ominous heartbeat echoing our own. Each thud pulls us deeper into the abyss. "Do you remember the stories?" I ask, voice cracking, as if invoking the past could shield us from the present. "The ones we read by candlelight? The ones where the brave always triumph?" "Those are just stories," Alexios replies, his gaze vacant, as if the weight of reality has crushed his spirit. "We live in the age of blood and iron, not parchment and ink." With those words, a chilling realization settles like a stone in my chest. The echoes of history are not mere fabrications, they are warnings that we are dancing on the edge of oblivion. Outside the walls, we hear the first clash, a metallic scream against the brick, the harbinger of slaughter. Elena's voice pierces through, sharp as the edge of a sword. "We cannot let fear consume us," she urges, casting a glance toward the horizon where darkness swallows the last remnants of day. "We will hold our ground, fight for every stone, every breath." But even as she speaks, the ground beneath us trembles with uncertainty. A low rumble reverberates through the cobblestones, a reminder that the world is shifting, fracturing beneath our feet. Shadows stretch and twist, distorting the faces of those we love. I can see it, the ghost of what we once were, flickering against the backdrop of chaos. And then, it happens. The walls shudder as an explosion rips through the night. A scream, raw, primal, pierces the air. I'm thrown backwards, landing hard against the cold stone, breath knocked from my lungs. I look up to see flames licking the sky, a fiery tongue that reaches out to consume us all. Alexios is shouting, but his words are drowned by the cacophony of destruction. I scramble to my feet, pulse racing, heart hammering in my chest. The world spins, a whirlwind of fear and fury. I want to scream, to rage against the heavens that seem indifferent to our plight. Elena is by my side, her face a mask of determination and terror. We fight, she cries, eyes blazing with an intensity that ignites a flicker of hope within me. We are not just bodies in this chaos, we are stories waiting to be told, destinies intertwined with threads of pain and love. As the siege begins in earnest, the air thickens with smoke and blood, and I feel the weight of history pressing down upon us. Each heartbeat is a drum, calling us to rise, to resist, to embrace the chaos. I remember the dreams, how they shimmered in the depths of sleep, filled with the promise of a better tomorrow. But tomorrow feels like a ghost, slipping through our fingers as we stand on the precipice of annihilation. The clash of steel echoes in the night, a symphony of despair and defiance. I grip my spear, knuckles white, a fragile line drawn between hope and doom. The city is crumbling, yet within the ruins, we cling to each other, to our humanity. This is not just a battle for walls or titles, it's a struggle for souls, for stories that refuse to fade into silence. As the shadows close in, I can feel my heart racing, a wild drumbeat against the darkness. The future is uncertain, but in this moment, surrounded by friends turned comrades, I know we will fight. We must. We will etch our names into the annals of history or become whispers in the wind. We are alive. We are here. And we will not surrender. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating, as Murad I stood on the precipice of destiny. The distant clang of swords echoed through the night, a sinister lullaby playing to the staccato rhythm of heartbeats, his own pounding like a war drum, urging him to act. The flickering torchlight cast long shadows on the stone walls, shadows that danced and whispered secrets, caressing his fears, wrapping around him like a shroud. He could almost taste the fear swirling in the air, a metallic tang mingling with the scent of damp earth and sweat. He thought of his mother, her face pallid and lined, and the way her hands trembled as they clasped the amulet she had given him, the only token of protection a boy could carry into the storm. "Be strong, Murad," she had whispered, her voice a ghostly echo in his mind. He clutched the amulet tightly now, feeling its weight, a reminder of all that was at stake. The empire hung in the balance, fragile as a spider's web in the morning dew, trembling with the slightest disturbance. Across the room, a figure watched him with a mix of admiration and dread. It was Bayezid, his younger brother, a boy with dreams that soared higher than the eagles circling overhead, dreams that often collided with the grim reality of their world. Bayezid's eyes were alight with the fierce flame of ambition, yet they flickered with uncertainty. "We cannot falter now, Murad. We must act." His voice was urgent, a tether to the chaos around them, yet beneath it lay a tremor of fear. Murad turned toward him, the intensity of their shared gaze igniting a spark. "What does that even mean, Bayezid? To act? To plunge into the fray without a plan? The Ottomans are more than warriors, they are shadows, slipping between the cracks of our very existence." The words hung heavy in the air, thickening like the fog that rolled in from the Bosporus. They both knew what was coming, knew that the world beyond those walls was a hungry beast, eager to consume them whole. In that moment, a memory surged forth, a recollection of a time when the world felt kinder, less fraught with the weight of looming doom. The brothers had once chased each other through the fields, laughter ringing like silver bells, innocence cradled in the warmth of the sun. I remember, Murad breathed, almost to himself, the way the sky blushed at sunset, as if it too was afraid of darkness. But the past was a ghost, a fading echo of laughter replaced by the sharp clang of armor and the distant cries of men preparing for battle. Murad's heart raced, he could feel it thrumming in tandem with the impending clash. The Ottomans had grown bold, their hunger for land and power entwined with the very essence of their being. They were like wolves, eyes bright and wild, prowling closer to the heart of the empire. "Do you hear that?" Bayezid's voice trembled, pulling Murad back to the present. The sounds outside grew louder, a symphony of chaos, hooves pounding, men shouting, the clash of metal slicing through the night. Each sound was a knife, cutting into Murad's resolve. His grip tightened around the amulet, and he felt the warmth of duty wrap around him like a cloak, heavy but necessary. "I hear it," Murad said, forcing the words through clenched teeth. "And we cannot ignore it." In the darkness, the shadows shifted, morphing into specters of doubt. Murad could feel their icy breath on his neck, whispering of failure, of loss. What if their plans crumbled like dry leaves underfoot? What if he led them to ruin, to despair? He could feel the weight of 1,000 souls pressing down on him, the responsibility like a stone chained to his heart. But then he thought of the people, men and women who depended on him, who looked to him for strength and guidance. They were not mere subjects, they were flesh and blood, stitched together by hope and fear. He could not let them down. He would fight, not just for power, but for their lives, their futures. "Bayezid," Murad said, his voice low and fierce, "we will not just defend what we have. We will seize what is ours. We will show them the strength of our resolve." The fire ignited in his brother's eyes, and it fueled Murad's own, a conflagration of determination that burned brightly against the encroaching darkness. "Then let them come," Bayezid shouted, his voice cutting through the haze of uncertainty. "Let them come, and we shall show them the ferocity of the lions." Together, they stepped into the fray, shadows entwining with their fates, hearts pounding in a cacophony of courage and fear. The night exploded into chaos, a violent tapestry woven from cries and clashes, a fever dream where victory and defeat danced together, wrapped in a dark embrace. Murad stood at the forefront, feeling the energy of the battlefield surge through him like a wild river, the din of conflict a symphony that quickened his pulse. Each breath was heavy with anticipation, each heartbeat a countdown to an uncertain fate. He fought and fought, the clang of steel resonating through the air, slicing through the agony and glory of it all. He could feel the weight of history pressing down upon him, the memories of those who had come before, kings and warriors, dreamers and schemers, all converging in this moment. It was as if the cosmos had aligned, and he was but a pawn in a game far greater than himself. And as the dawn began to break, a soft light creeping over the horizon, Murad knew that the battle would shape not just the empire, but him as well. A reckoning loomed, a transformation poised on the edge of his very soul. He could feel the ghostly fingers of destiny curling around him, whispering of the sacrifices yet to come, of the reforms and military gains that would carve his name into the annals of history. But in the depths of his heart, the shadows still lingered, a reminder that the war was far from over, that the echoes of the past would forever haunt his steps. As he emerged from the fray, blooded but unbowed, he found himself staring into an uncertain future, each moment a pulse of promise and peril, each decision a thread weaving the fabric of their legacy. He looked toward Bayezid, who stood beside him, eyes bright with the fire of youth and determination, and felt the weight of their choices intertwine, a bond forged in the forge of conflict, tempered by the promise of what lay ahead. The dawn was breaking, and with it, the world would shift, the empire would change, and they would either rise or fall together. In that fragile moment, as the sun spilled its golden light over the horizon, Murad felt the first stirrings of hope mingling with the shadows. There was no conclusion, no neat resolution waiting at the end. Only the unrelenting march of time, the ceaseless tide of history weaving their fates into a tapestry of struggle and triumph, an endless echo of the battle raging within. Chapter 5. Bayezid I, the thunderbolt and the battle of Nicopolis. The air crackled with tension, heavy as a storm about to break. In the dim twilight of a late summer evening, the horizon burned a violent orange, a cruel promise of the blood to come. Bayezid I, known as the Thunderbolt, stood rigid as granite atop his steed, eyes narrowed against the fading light. He could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath him, a pulse quickening with fear and anticipation. Every soul, every blade of grass, held its breath. The Battle of Nicopolis loomed, a monstrous shadow stretching long and dark over the field, a gathering storm threatening to unleash its fury. I remember the hushed whispers among the ranks, the dull thud of hooves, the metallic scent of sweat mingling with the dust of the road. Soldiers tightened their grips on weapons, faces painted with determination, but I could see the flickers of doubt, the ghosts of family left behind. Each man carried within him a universe of unfulfilled dreams and fractured hopes. They were not mere soldiers, they were fathers, brothers, sons. They were flesh and blood, hearts beating loudly in the fragile silence. And then there was me, an anxious observer caught in this swirling tempest of ambition and dread. Across the battlefield, a lone figure commanded attention. Władysław, the Polish king, stood proud yet trembling on the brink of calamity. I could see his breath, a white vapor in the chilled air, perhaps a prayer or a curse spat into the void. His armor gleamed, a tragic beacon of nobility, yet beneath it lay a man tormented by his own aspirations. With each heartbeat, he felt the weight of history pressing down, a legacy of valor clashing with the fear of failure, the hope of glory teetering on the precipice of annihilation. His gaze darted between his troops and the horizon, a man caught between two worlds, longing for triumph yet terrified of the price. Today, he shouted, voice cracking like thunder, we write our names in the annals of history. I could almost taste the desperation in his words, a sweet and bitter potion that clung to the air. The men around him cheered, a wave of sound crashing against the silence, but I could sense the undercurrent of terror rippling beneath their bravado. They were warriors, yes, but they were also men, and every cheer hid a quivering heart, an echo of uncertainty. Bayezid watched them closely, as if each cheer was a thread weaving through the fabric of fate, binding them to one another, yet also pulling them toward the abyss. His eyes, dark as storm clouds, reflected a determination that felt almost unnatural. He'd been forged in the fires of conflict, a relentless spirit, yet even he felt the weight of the moment. I am the thunderbolt, he murmured, a mantra slipping through clenched teeth, and I do not fear the storm. But fear lurked, an insidious shadow creeping into the edges of his mind. What if power came at too high a cost? What if the dreams of empire turned to ash in the gusts of war? The thought was a ghost, haunting him as he faced the battlefield, images of past glories flickering in his memory like a dying flame. His father's voice echoed through time, warning of hubris and the impermanence of life. Would he become a monument to ambition or a forgotten whisper carried away by the winds of time? And then the moment shattered like glass. The clash of steel rang out as the first cavalry charged forward, a wave of chaos crashing against the shore of destiny. I felt the surge, the visceral thrill of battle, shouts, screams, the thunder of hooves striking the earth, a cacophony of life and death mingled into one horrific symphony. It was beautiful and gruesome, a feral dance where valor met despair head-on. In that maelstrom, every man was both hero and villain, fighting not just for land but for their very souls. Władysław's face contorted with rage and fear as he fought, blades clashing in a deadly rhythm. He caught my eye, and there it was, the flicker of realization, the burden of his choices crashing down like a heavy cloak. His life had become a tangle of iron and blood, forged in the fires of his own ambition. Here, in this moment, he was both king and captive, master of men yet unable to master his own fears. The echoes of past victories whispered promises of glory, yet shadows of past failures loomed larger than life. Bayezid, too, felt the weight of every swing, every thrust. He was the storm, driving forward, yet inside, doubt raged like a tempest. Each clash felt personal, a test of will, a duel against the ghosts of those who'd fought before him. This is my fate, he thought, heart pounding fiercely. To rise, to claim, to conquer, or to fall into the endless night. The clash of swords sang a haunting lullaby, a reminder that life was ephemeral, as fleeting as the last light of day. He plunged deeper into the fray, not as a conqueror, but as a man grappling with his own humanity, a warrior caught in the throes of existence. And the field, oh, the field! It was alive, a throbbing entity pulsating with the energy of 1,000 lives intertwined. Blood soaked into the earth, steam rising like angry spirits, a macabre fog cloaking the fallen. The screams of the wounded and dying pierced the air, a heart-breaking symphony that clawed at the edges of my mind. I stood there, rooted, heart racing, feeling every pulse of agony, every surge of determination. The battle ground on, relentless as time itself. I could no longer distinguish between friend and foe, between valor and folly. All that remained was chaos, an eternal dance where hope and despair intertwined like lovers lost in a fever dream. There was no escaping this moment, this raw, unfiltered reality, where dreams collided and destinies were forged. As the sun dipped its weary head beyond the horizon, the blood-red sky bore witness to the struggle of countless souls. The weight of choice hung heavy in the air, destiny and unyielding force twisting the fates of those who dared to dream. I remember the final moments, Ladislaw, a silhouette against the dying light, courage battling despair, a king on the brink of oblivion. And Bayezid, the thunderbolt, a titan forged in the flames of conflict, yet shackled by the very ambition that propelled him. The battlefield drew in its breath, and for a moment, the world stood still, waiting, watching, holding its heart in trembling hands, unaware of the storm brewing beyond the horizon. The air was thick, suffocating, like a shroud pulled tight over the city of Bursa, the heart of a dying empire. Smoke rose in wretched spirals as the sun hung low, blood-red, staining the horizon with its violent glow. I remember standing there, feeling the tremor of the earth beneath my feet, a restless heartbeat echoing the chaos that surrounded us. The sounds of clashing swords and desperate cries filled the streets, a cacophony of life and death intertwining in a tragic dance. I was on the cusp of something monumental, yet all I could feel was the weight of despair. The civil war had ignited like a wildfire, consuming everything in its path. The banners of rival factions fluttered in the wind, each a promise of glory or a whisper of betrayal. I remember the faces of men I once called brothers, now twisted with rage and ambition, their eyes hollow, haunted by the ghosts of what we had lost. I could see Ahmed, a fierce warrior, once the embodiment of loyalty, now lost in the shadows of vengeance, his fists clenched with an anguish that mirrored my own. I swear, I will not let my father's death go unpunished, he had whispered to me, the weight of his words anchoring us both in a reality too brutal to digest. His father, a casualty of this madness, a ghost haunting Ahmed's every step. In those moments, I felt a sharp pang of guilt. I didn't share his thirst for revenge, but how could I voice it? Silence was my only refuge in a world gone mad. And then there was Fatima, her spirit unyielding even as the despair of our times clawed at her heart. She moved through the chaos like a whisper, a phantom of hope amidst the nightmare. I remember how she cradled a child, a son, still innocent, blissfully unaware of the turmoil surrounding us. Her eyes held storms of sadness, yet they sparkled with defiance. We must keep the flame alive, she insisted, clutching the boy as if he were the last remnant of a world untouched by bloodshed. Her strength was a fragile thread woven through the fabric of our unraveling lives, and I clung to it, desperate to believe that there was still light lurking in the shadows. But hope can be a cruel trickster. The night came with its own breath, chilling and stifling, as if the cosmos itself held its breath in anticipation of the horrors to come. I remember the moment the first arrow flew through the air, sharp, swift, a harbinger of death. It struck Ahmed's shoulder, a sudden explosion of pain that echoed through my chest. I rushed to him, cradling his body as he gasped, the light fading from his eyes. His anger crumbled into confusion, fear entwining with the life spilling from him. Why, was all he could muster, and in that moment, I felt the world splinter beneath us. Fatima knelt beside us, her hands trembling as she pressed against the wound, but even her valiant efforts could not stem the tide of fate. "Stay with me, Ahmed," she pleaded, tears tracing silent paths down her cheeks. The desperation in her voice struck a chord deep within me, and I realized that this was no longer just a fight for power, it was a fight for the souls of those we loved, a battle for the very essence of our humanity. A civil war had ripped apart not just cities but the bonds that held us together. I remember the clouds darkening, swirling like the tumult in my heart. The civil war was not merely a clash of armies, it was a reckoning of identity, of purpose. What had once been a land of promise was now a graveyard of memories, where dreams lay broken at our feet. I could hear the whispers of the past taunting me, the laughter of children, the warmth of family gatherings. They were ghosts now, flitting through the corridors of my mind, reminding me of what had been lost. As the blood soaked into the earth, staining it for generations, I watched the rise of Mehmed I, a figure born not of nobility but of necessity, a phoenix rising from the ashes of despair. His path was littered with the bones of the fallen, yet there was a fire in his eyes, a determination that was both terrifying and magnetic. He was a man forged in the unyielding furnace of conflict, and as he gathered the remnants of a shattered world around him, I felt the pull of his ambition. It was as if he embodied all the fragmented hopes and dreams of a people searching for salvation amid the ruins. The air grew heavy with anticipation as I stood on the precipice of change, caught in the brutal flow of history. I looked at Fatima, still clutching her child, the embodiment of a future that felt distant yet vital. "What will become of us?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the din of war. She turned to me, her gaze fierce and unwavering. "We survive," she declared, but uncertainty flickered behind her defiance like a candle struggling against a storm. "We must believe in a tomorrow." But tomorrow felt like a distant promise, perhaps a cruel joke played by a universe indifferent to human suffering. As night fell, we moved like shadows among shadows, our hearts heavy with the weight of what had been and what was yet to come. I was entangled in a web of survival, where each choice could be the last, and every step felt like a leap into the unknown. The confrontation was looming, an inevitable clash of destinies as Mehmed I began to gather his forces, a storm brewing on the horizon. I could feel the tension crackling in the air, a prelude to something monumental. Would it be salvation, or would we be consumed by the flames of our own making? I could barely breathe, the weight of history pressing down upon me, unbearable yet intoxicating. In that moment, I understood, this was not just a war for land or power, it was a war for our souls. Each of us caught in a relentless tide, bound by the choices we made, by the sacrifices we were willing to bear. I remember the faces of those I loved, the laughter that once filled the air now a mere echo in the void. In this interregnum, amid the chaos, I felt the pulse of something greater than ourselves, a force that could tear us apart or bind us together in the end. And as the night deepened, a quiet resolve began to take root in my heart. I would fight not just for survival but for the hope that one day, amidst the ashes, we could learn to love again. The clock was ticking, the cosmos watching, and in the depths of despair, a flicker of light began to emerge, a reminder that even in the darkest hours, we still had the power to dream. The cold steel of the sword glints under the dying rays of the sun, casting long, stretching shadows that dance across the blood-soaked earth. It's the twilight of an empire, the very air thick with the stench of fear and sweat. I remember the palpable tension vibrating through the air, thick enough to cut with a blade. The clamoring of swords, the distant cries of men, a symphony of chaos orchestrated by a young heart ablaze with ambition. Mehmed II stands on the battleground, his gaze fixed on the towering walls of Constantinople, a fortress that has withstood centuries of storms, both natural and human. His dark eyes burn with an intensity that could rival the fiercest fires, and in that moment, he feels the weight of history pressing down upon his shoulders. A child once, now a conqueror. He is not merely a man, he is a storm, ruthless, determined, unstoppable. "I will see the city fall," he murmurs, as if the very walls can hear him, echoing his dreams with mocking laughter. Then there is Giustiniani, the last hope of the Byzantines, standing on the battlements with a heart heavy as stone. He is a man torn between loyalty and despair, his thoughts swirling like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. He remembers the stories of past glories, of ancestors who fought valiantly for their homeland. But what good are tales when faced with the cold reality of fate? The cries of women and children haunt him, shadows of the future he cannot protect. "We cannot let it fall," he whispers, clutching his sword, his knuckles white with strain. The walls tremble around him, and so does his resolve. Around them, the air shifts, thickening with anticipation, each heartbeat a drumbeat of destiny. The Ottoman cannons roar, their thunder shaking the very foundations of the city. The sound is deafening, an echo of inevitable destruction. It reverberates through Giustiniani's chest, a bone-deep certainty that he cannot hold back the tide of Mehmed's ambition. What is bravery when faced with a monster, he thinks, staring into the eyes of death itself, which loomed just beyond the walls. And then there's Sophia, the young woman caught in a war not of her choosing, standing in her family's home, the hearth barely warm in the face of approaching violence. She can hear the whispers of her neighbors muttering prayers, the smell of incense mixing with the acrid smoke from the cannons. Her heart beats, a frantic bird trapped in a cage, fluttering against the bars of her reality. "I want to be free," she cries silently, remembering the laughter of children playing in the streets, the soft murmur of life before the storm. As the sun dips below the horizon, darkness blankets the city, wrapping it in an unsettling embrace. Mehmed paces in his tent, the fabric billowing like ghosts caught in the wind. He studies maps, sketches of the city's defenses, his mind racing with strategies. To claim this city, he thinks, is to write my name in the annals of time. The walls, so high and imposing, whisper back to him, daring him to try. How sweet it would be to crush the past beneath his heel, to taste the victory that has eluded so many before him. With a sudden burst of energy, he stands and looks out at the city, the moonlight glinting off the water, transforming the waves into shimmering silver. He can almost hear the heartbeat of Constantinople. It thrums beneath the surface of the sea, a rhythm of life that fuels his ambition. Just as he senses victory within his grasp, a flicker of doubt ignites, a fleeting moment, a ghost of hesitation. What if I fail? But he shakes it off like a dog shedding water. Failure is a burden he will not bear. The clash begins, the gates shuddering beneath the relentless assault. Giustiniani feels each tremor echo through his heart. He fights not just for the city, but for every soul within its walls, for Sophia, for the laughter of children, for a memory woven into the very fabric of his being. I will not let go, he vows, but each swing of his sword feels heavier, the weight of inevitability bearing down upon him like the armor he wears. Sophia stands at the window, her breath caught in her throat, her heart a wild thing flailing against the cage of her ribs. She can see the flames licking at the sky, hear the cries, fury and fear mingling in the night air. What have we done to deserve this? Her mind races, thoughts tangled like the smoke rising from the burning city. She wants to scream, to run out and pull her people from the jaws of death, but she feels rooted to the spot, a witness to her own tragedy. Then the walls begin to fall like giants collapsing under the weight of their own grandeur. Each crash is a death knell, a dirge for what once was. Mehmed watches as the dust swirls, the cries of victory rising to the heavens like smoke signals, punctuated by the echoes of despair mingling with the wails of the dying. He feels a thrill, this is what he dreamed of, but underneath lies the gnawing realization that with each life extinguished, a piece of his humanity fades. What is glory if it comes at such a cost? Time stretches, coils, and snaps like a bowstring, each second a lifetime, each moment a choice. In the chaos, Giustiniani finds a flicker of hope, a rallying cry for his people, but the sound is drowned beneath the war drums of the Ottoman army. I will not surrender, he shouts, voice a beacon in the overwhelming darkness. But the reality looms larger, an insatiable beast, and it threatens to consume him whole. As Mehmed stands on the precipice of victory, the weight of history presses down, whispering a chilling promise of eternity. His heart pounds in sync with the clash of swords and the cries of the slain. He knows the city's walls are crumbling, but does he truly understand the cost? This is my moment, he tells himself, even as the shadows of doubt slither in the corners of his mind. The night deepens, and in the silence that follows the clash, the air is taut with anticipation, the world holding its breath, waiting for the dawn that promises to bring with it a new age, or the end of everything. I remember the moment the sky cracked open, a storm of dark clouds swirling furiously over the ancient city. The air was thick with the scent of rain, and the distant echo of thunder rolled like a warning bell across the rooftops of Istanbul. I stood there, heart racing, eyes wide, caught between history and the present, just as the city itself trembled under the weight of its own transformation. Between the grand domes and the narrow streets, past the crumbling stones of the hippodrome, the whispers of centuries stirred, mingling with the fears of the living. Amira! A voice broke through the chaos. It was my brother, Emir, running toward me, desperation etched on his face. He was no hero, flawed and stubborn, but fiercely loyal, his heart wrapped in the chains of duty. They're coming. His words hung in the air like a ghost, chilling my blood. I had seen the shadows before, for the soldiers, the echoes of an empire on the brink of collapse. I remembered my father's stories, how he would sit us down by the fire, his voice cracking as he spoke of the glories of the past, of a time when the city pulsed with life, a heartbeat echoing through the ages. Now, those stories felt like a distant dream, a cruel joke whispered by the cosmos. We have to go, Amira. Emir's voice pulled me back from the depths of memory. The weight of his gaze pierced through me, filled with the urgency of someone who had seen too much. I looked toward the horizon, where the sun fought desperately to break free from the grasp of the storm. The sky turned a violent shade of grey, and I could almost hear the city sigh, an aching lament for the beauty it had lost. I thought of the intricate mosaics, the vibrant markets, the laughter that once danced in the air like sunlight. But that laughter was drowned now, smothered under the clamour of warfare and despair. "Hold on!" Emir shouted, pulling me back as a bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating a figure in the distance. A soldier. Clad in dark armor, his face hidden, but I could feel the menace radiating from him like a pulse. The city had transformed into a battleground, and within its shadows, our lives were crumbling like the stone walls that surrounded us. Time seemed to stretch, each second a droplet of blood that fell into the abyss. I remembered the stories of the past, the invasions, the resilience of our ancestors. I felt the weight of their sacrifices pressing down on my shoulders, demanding that I carry their legacy into this storm. But how could I? I was just a girl caught in a whirlwind of chaos, yearning for a world that no longer existed. Would they remember me? Would anyone remember us? Amira. We need to move now. The urgency in Emir's voice shattered my reverie. We turned to flee, feet pounding against the cobblestones that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires. The rain began to pour, a deluge that washed away the dust of centuries and slicked the streets, turning them into a treacherous river. I stumbled, my heart racing, breath coming in gasps as the shadows of the past loomed larger. It was as if the spirits of the city were stirring, restless and angry, watching as we ran. I could almost hear their whispers, faint cries of lovers separated by time, of dreams deferred, of a history that wasn't finished writing itself yet. "Look!" Emir shouted, pointing toward the Hagia Sophia, its once proud dome now a silhouette against the stormy sky. It stood like an ancient sentinel, a witness to our plight, and yet, I felt its weight pressing down on us. I remembered the days when it was a beacon of hope, a place of faith. Now, it was just another monument to the fragility of existence. "Do you think it will stand?" My words slipped out, a desperate question that echoed against the thunder. Emir hesitated, his eyes scanning the horizon. "It has to," he said finally, but doubt lingered in his voice like the rain. Suddenly, a shout broke the air, a blood-curdling cry that sent icy fingers crawling up my spine. The shadows emerged from the alleyways, a wave of soldiers, their weapons glinting ominously. My heart thundered in my chest, a frantic drumbeat urging me to run faster, to escape the inevitable. I took a step back, but Emir gripped my arm. "We can't go back." "We can't," the words were caught in his throat. The soldiers were closer now, their eyes glimmering with the hunger of conquest, the promise of chaos. And in that moment, a memory pierced through my fear, a fleeting image of our mother, her laughter ringing in my ears, a lullaby that had soothed my restless dreams. "Fight for your dreams, Amira," she had said, "even when the world seeks to silence you." The intensity of that thought surged within me, igniting a fire I thought had been extinguished. I turned to Emir, determination flooding my veins. "They will remember us," I said, the echo of her words laced with defiance. "We will not be ghosts in our own history." And just as the soldiers surged forward, the first strike of the storm hit, rupturing the air with electric fury. We surged into the chaos together, hearts pounding, each step a rebellion against the darkness that threatened to consume us. We were not just remnants of a crumbling past, we were alive, breathing hope into a city that had forgotten how to dream. The world spun around us, chaotic, vibrant, and terrifying all at once. The rain fell like a cleansing fire, washing away the sins of the past, urging us forward into the unknown. The transformation of Istanbul was only beginning, and as we ran, I knew that our story was intricately woven into its very fabric. The city would hold our memories, our struggles, echoing through time like a heartbeat, unyielding, eternal. The shadows chased us, but in that moment of fear, I felt an overwhelming surge of defiance. This was not just a battle for survival, it was a battle for the soul of Istanbul and the indomitable spirit that resided within its walls. And we would rise, we would mark our place in history, even if we had to carve it out of the very storm that threatened to drown us. The air hummed with tension, thick as the summer heat wrapping the sprawling city of Istanbul. Voices echoed off the ancient stone walls, a cacophony of fear and hope intermingled in a desperate prayer. I remember the moment vividly, the sharp clanging of a bell, the sound reverberating through the alleys, marking not just the passing hour, but a turning point in history. Suleiman stood before his court, a lion among sheep, his face carved from the same stone that formed the minarets reaching for the heavens. His eyes, dark pools of resolve, held the weight of 1,000 dreams and nightmares. Beside him, a young scribe named Ahmed, quivering with fear and ambition, clutched his parchment, fingers trembling like autumn leaves in a storm. He wanted to impress, oh, how he longed to etch his name in the annals of time. But doubt gnawed at his insides, seeping through the cracks of his fragile confidence. Every word he penned felt like a dagger, sharp and ready to pierce. What if he failed? What if his ink turned to poison? Write it well, Ahmed, Suleiman's voice boomed, deep and commanding, breaking through the haze of the court's whispers. Justice must not falter. Justice! It danced like a spectre in the shadows, an ideal both revered and feared. The Sultan's ambition, both dazzling and terrifying, promised a new dawn, but the cost was unknown. He sought to transform the empire's legal system, to weave a tapestry of order from threads of chaos, yet the very fabric of society trembled at the thought. Across the room, Layla watched, her heart pounding with conflicting emotions. She was a noble woman, a voice lost amidst the male cacophony, yet she wielded a power of her own, an insight that cut deeper than any blade. Layla had seen the suffering of the people, she heard the whispers of the poor, the cries of the unjustly punished. She had witnessed lives shattered beneath the weight of Suleiman's decree, and a fire raged within her, fierce and unyielding. What if justice becomes tyranny, she mouthed to herself, her mind swirling with the possibilities. Yet, she knew the truth was more complex than such a simple dichotomy. Suleiman's vision could create harmony, but it could also forge chains. The tension thickened, drawing them closer to an inevitable clash of ideals, fear against hope, oppression against liberation. Ahmed, have you finished? Suleiman's voice sliced through her thoughts, a reminder of the urgency cloaked in his ambition. Almost, my sultan, he stammered, sweat pooling at the nape of his neck. Each stroke of his quill felt like a confession, a testament to his loyalty, a plea for acceptance. The ink bled on the page, whispering promises of reform, of laws that would bring balance, a bridge between the rulers and the ruled. But what if it wasn't enough? In the depths of her heart, Layla felt a chord resonate, a fear that echoed through the ages. What if the very laws crafted to protect the innocent turned against them? What if the Sultan, in his pursuit of greatness, lost sight of the souls he vowed to serve? Justice is the soul of the state, Suleiman proclaimed, the fervor in his voice igniting something within Ahmed. The scribe's heart raced, each beat a reminder that he had a role in this grand design. Yet, he couldn't shake the gnawing fear that his words, once unleashed, could spiral into chaos. Layla clenched her fists, the weight of her convictions pressing down on her like stones. She had to speak, to be heard. But what is justice, if it is blind? She blurted, her voice trembling yet resolute. The room fell silent, the tension palpable. What if it crushes those it intends to save? Suleiman's brow furrowed, and for a fleeting moment, doubt flickered across his face. The room held its breath, the world outside forgotten. Was it possible that the Sultan, the great lawgiver, could falter? Justice must be tempered with compassion, she continued, her heart a wild drum in her chest, or it becomes a weapon. Compassion. Suleiman's voice dripped with skepticism, but there was a spark of intrigue in his eyes. And how do we balance justice and compassion in a world filled with treachery? Ahmed felt the weight of the moment crash down upon him. He was standing at the precipice of history, a mere scribe thrust into the limelight. His voice was but a whisper against the roar of destiny. Yet, the words spilled forth, unbidden. By ensuring that laws protect the vulnerable. The room shifted, as if the air itself recognized the gravity of their words. A storm brewed within Suleiman, a tempest of ambition battling against the tidal wave of empathy that Layla conjured. Justice is not a cold statue, but a living, breathing entity, she pressed, her voice rising like the sun breaking through the dawn. It must feel, it must weep. Without humanity, it is a lifeless shell. In that moment, the shadows danced around them, a reflection of their turmoil, their desires intertwining like branches in a storm. The Sultan's gaze bore into hers, and Ahmed could feel the crackle of destiny in the air. Would he choose the path of a tyrant, or the road less traveled, paved with understanding? The silence was deafening, a vast chasm filled with unspoken dreams and fears. Each heart raced with the weight of possibility, each breath held with bated anticipation. The world outside continued to spin, unaware that the fate of an empire balanced precariously on the edge of this moment. And as the clock ticked, echoing through the grand halls like a heartbeat, I could feel the pulse of history pounding, relentless and alive. It was a moment that would change everything, or nothing at all. But in the depths of their souls, beneath layers of ambition and fear, they all knew one undeniable truth: they were at the crux of something monumental, something that would reverberate through the ages. The question lingered, unanswerable, hanging in the air like a breath caught in the throat. The chamber darkened, shadows lengthening, as the stage was set for a confrontation not just with each other, but with the very essence of justice itself. The tension crackled like lightning, poised to strike, and the story of Suleiman the Magnificent was only just beginning, an intricate tapestry woven with legality and culture, each thread a heartbeat in the grand design of empire. A single arrow whistled through the heavy air, slicing the silence of dawn like a knife through flesh. I remember that sound, a deafening prelude to chaos. It split the morning light, announcing the arrival of death, and as I stood on the battered walls of Vienna, my heart raced like a frenzied horse galloping to escape an unseen predator. Below, the ground trembled with the weight of thousands, Ottoman soldiers, their faces hardened by years of conquest and bloodshed, advancing like a relentless tide. I could see their banners fluttering, dark shapes against the pallid sky, heralds of destruction. In that moment, I was not merely a witness, I was entwined in a struggle that echoed through the ages, a duel not only for land but for the very soul of Europe. My name is Elias, a humble baker turned reluctant soldier. The scent of fresh bread still haunted me, a ghost of what life used to be before this siege turned everything into ash and smoke. I had watched my friends take up arms, their youthful laughter replaced by grim determination. They had all become warriors, yet I was still haunted by the soft glow of my oven, the warmth of bread rising, the innocent joy of a child's smile. I remember that warmth as I stood with the sharp chill of dread clawing at my spine. I was not alone. Beside me was Franz, my childhood friend, a man torn between duty and his own trembling heart. He clutched a sword that felt foreign in his hands, as if it belonged not to him but to a ghost of valor. His eyes, once filled with mischief, now mirrored the sky, overcast and churning with an ominous promise. "Elias," he whispered, fear leaking from his voice, "what if we fail?" I didn't answer. Instead, I traced the contours of the walls with my fingertips, the rough stones a reminder of the weight we bore. Fear was a living thing, slithering through the crevices of my mind, hissing doubts. I remembered the tales of glory, of heroes who stood tall against the encroaching darkness, only to find themselves crushed beneath the weight of their own legends. What was glory when your body lay cold and forgotten? The sun began its ascent, bathing the battlefield in a sickly light. I felt the heat of it, a deceptive warmth that mocked the fear congealing in my chest. The Ottomans surged forward, their screams mingling with the clashing of swords, the cries of the fallen echoing like wails from the abyss. My heart pounded a mournful rhythm, each beat a reminder of the life I could lose in a heartbeat. And then there was Layla, a fierce and unyielding spirit, a woman who wore her defiance like armor. A member of the city's council, she was a force of nature, her voice a clarion call that rallied the weary and the frightened. I remember her standing before us, eyes aflame with passion, even as the world crumbled around us. "We are not just defending a city," she roared, "but our very existence. We are the heartbeat of this land. We will not yield." Her words ignited something primal within me. I wanted to believe her, wanted to fight with the ferocity she embodied. But the shadows danced on the edges of my resolve, taunting me with visions of failure. I saw my family's faces, their eyes glistening with hope, and I was gripped by a desperate need to protect them. Yet here I was, a baker armed with nothing but a sword that felt heavier than my guilt. The siege raged on, the sound of chaos a relentless symphony, a cacophony of life and death intertwined. The sun hung high, witnessing the carnage, indifferent as it painted the sky crimson. I had lost count of time, each moment stretched into eternity, a blend of fear and exhilaration. I was alive, yes, but at what cost? I remember the moment when the walls shuddered, the sound of cannon fire shook the very marrow of my bones. A breach! A sudden gasp erupted from the ranks as the enemy surged through, a dark wave crashing against our defenses. Hold the line! Layla cried, her voice a beacon in the madness, but the tide was relentless. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and blood, and I could feel despair wrapping its cold fingers around my throat. Fran stood at my side, eyes wide with terror, and in that fleeting moment, I glimpsed the boy he had once been, the boy who dared to dream of adventure, who believed in fairy tales. But the fairy tales had betrayed us, leaving us to fight against a nightmare forged in shadows. Elias, he yelled, and time hung suspended, a brief eternity where I saw everything, the faces of those I loved, the bakery, the warmth. And then, as if in a cruel dance, reality crashed back. The first wave of enemies poured through. I swung my sword, the weight of it feeling foreign, as I hacked my way through the chaos. Each clash, each scream, was a reminder of what we fought for: the city, our families, our very lives. I felt the cold steel of death brush past my arm, the fleeting spectre of mortality whispering sweet promises of oblivion. "Stay close!" I shouted to Franz, but in the maelstrom, he was swept away. I looked for him, my heart pounding like a war drum, but the world was a blur, a whirlwind of limbs and shouts, of life colliding with death. I turned, searching for Layla, her fierce spirit the light I clung to in this dark abyss. But the darkness was closing in, a suffocating cloak that threatened to consume us whole. And amidst it all, I realized, this was not merely a battle for Vienna, but a clash of dreams, of hopes and fears. We were ephemeral beings in a world that cared little for our ambitions, a fleeting flicker against the vast cosmos. In the grip of chaos, I found myself shouting, "For Vienna!" But the words felt hollow, a desperate plea against the thunderous roar of war. I remembered my bakery, the laughter of children, the simplicity of life. I remembered the weight of bread loaves rising, the warmth of ovens. And as I fought, my heart ached not just for survival but for the life that could be, a life unfettered by the chains of violence. The siege wore on, each heartbeat echoing through the ages, a testament to the fragility of existence. The walls were our sanctuary, and yet they were also our prison. I felt the need for escape, the yearning for a home that felt closer with each passing blow. But with every clash, every scream, I knew we were all bound to this moment, intertwined like threads in a tapestry of fate. And as the shadows deepened, we fought on, not knowing if we would emerge as victors or echoes of the past. Perhaps it was not about the outcome, but about the fight itself, the raw, unyielding pulse of our humanity against the encroaching darkness. And so we held our ground, for Vienna, for each other, for every heartbeat that dared to defy the void. The air crackled with the tension of impending violence. A single drop of sweat rolled down the back of my neck, the scent of blood and iron mingling with the acrid smoke rising from the battlefield. I stood amidst the chaos, heart pounding like a war drum, surrounded by faces twisted in fear and fury. The clash of steel rang in my ears like a symphony of despair, and within that chaos, I found him, Murat, a young janissary, barely more than a boy, yet already burdened with the weight of the world. He was a stark silhouette against the backdrop of flames, his sword gleaming with the promise of bloodshed, eyes wide with a mix of terror and exhilaration. "I remember," he whispered, voice barely audible over the din, "the first time I held a sword. It felt like destiny." His fingers trembled on the hilt, and I saw the flicker of doubt cross his face, a fleeting shadow in the midst of his bravado. Was it really destiny, or was it just the cruel hand of fate, pulling him deeper into a life he never chose? Every heartbeat echoed the struggle within him, a boy caught in the machinery of an empire, forced to dance to its deadly rhythm. Beside him stood Elif, a woman whose fierce spirit was matched only by her heartbreak. I had watched her grow from a child weaving flowers into crowns to a fierce warrior, her heart scarred yet resolute. "You don't have to do this, Murat," she cried, voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. "We can run. We can escape." Her eye sparkled with the fire of rebellion, but deep down, I knew she was fighting her own battle, one against the shackles of loyalty and love. The Janissaries were not just soldiers, they were the heartless agents of the empire, yet in that moment, they were family. Their lives were tangled in the threads of fate, each moment steeped in a history that weighed heavily upon them. The Janissaries, once elite soldiers, now stood at the crossroads of innovation and brutality, a chilling reminder of both the power and the cost of allegiance. They were the ghosts of empires past, their presence a reminder of the relentless march of time. The city of Constantinople loomed behind us, an ancient sentinel shrouded in shadows, its walls whispering secrets of glory and ruin. I remember the stories, Murat murmured, his grip tightening on his sword. Stories of bravery, of honor. But those were tales told to children, not the reality of war. His voice cracked, the facade of bravado crumbling like the very stones of the city he fought to protect. He looked at Elif, desperation pooling in his gaze. What if it's all a lie? And there it was, the flicker of doubt, the haunting specter of uncertainty that clung to them both. The very essence of their being trembled on the edge of annihilation, as if fate had set them on a collision course with despair. The Janissaries were not merely warriors, they were a reflection of society's contradictions, forged in the fires of loyalty and betrayal. They were innovation wrapped in blood, a testament to the relentless pursuit of power. Suddenly, the ground shook beneath their feet, a violent tremor that sent them sprawling. Murat looked up, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. "We have to fight, Elif!" "For the Empire," he shouted, but the words tasted bitter on his tongue. The Empire? Which empire? The one that had consumed their childhoods and turned them into weapons? The very thought twisted like a dagger in my chest. Elif's voice was a desperate plea. But at what cost, Murat? We're not just tools. We're human. Her breath came in shaky bursts, puncturing the thick haze of despair. She fought against the tide of violence, but the waves surged relentlessly, dragging them both under. I could see it etched in the lines of her face, the struggle between duty and self, the war that raged within her soul as fiercely as the battle outside. The clash of swords erupted anew, a cacophony of screams and battle cries that echoed through the night. Shadows danced like phantoms, flickering in and out of existence as Murat charged forward, his heart pounding a wild rhythm. The world around him blurred into a haze of brutality and valor, yet in that moment, all he could see was Elif, standing her ground, refusing to be swept away. The tide of war surged around them, a relentless flood that threatened to drown them both. I felt the weight of the moment, the anxiety gnawing at my insides. Will you choose to become what they wish you to be? I wanted to scream, but all I could do was watch, heart in my throat, as they danced on the precipice of destiny. Time stretched like a taut bowstring, each heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake. I could almost hear the clock ticking, the seconds slipping away into the void, and in that silence, a single thought screamed louder than the chaos around me. This was their moment, their reckoning. Would love rise above the ashes of war, or would it perish beneath the weight of expectation? In the midst of the fray, Murat turned back to Elif, desperation etched in his features. "Stay with me. We can change this," he shouted, voice cracking under the strain, raw emotion spilling out like rivers of anguish. But Elif shook her head, tears glistening like diamonds in the chaos. "You know I can't, Murat. This isn't who we are." With that, she plunged into the fray, a whirlwind of defiance, a tempest of fury. I chased after them, caught in the storm, the cosmos above a swirling tapestry of stars that seemed to mock our plight. In that moment, I understood. This was not just a battle for territory, it was a struggle for their very souls. The Janissaries were trapped in a web of loyalty and ambition, a tragic irony that cut deeper than any blade. The role they played was shaped by the Empire's relentless hunger for control, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the battlefield, I knew this was just the beginning. And like that, the story surged forward, unstoppable, relentless, as if time itself had taken on a life of its own, each moment pulsing with intensity, drawing us deeper into the abyss. The cries for freedom echoed in the night, a haunting refrain that would linger long after the battle turned to silence, and the shadows of the Janissaries whispered their secrets into the cold embrace of the stars. The clock ticked furiously in the silence of the dim room, each second a haunting reminder of choices made and choices looming. Shadows danced against the walls, flickering like memories trying to escape, while the air thickened with unspoken fears. Nissim's heart thundered against his ribcage, a wild beast trying to break free as he stared at the flickering candle, its flames struggling against the weight of the night. The scent of burning wax mingled with the musty smell of old books, books that held the whispers of a past he could no longer escape. "I remember the day I chose," he murmured to the darkness, voice trembling. "The day I turned my back on everything." Remnants of his Jewish upbringing clawed at him, a ghost of a life that lingered in the corners of his mind. He could almost hear his mother's voice, soft, melodic, laced with love, reminding him of the sacred traditions, the warmth of the Shabbat candles. Yet here he was, a Donmeg, a convert cloaked in the shadows of his own deception, navigating the treacherous waters of a split identity. Across town, Sarah paced her cramped apartment, the walls closing in on her. Every breath felt like a betrayal, every heartbeat echoed with the weight of the secret she carried. "They'll never understand," she whispered, staring out at the moonlit street, where shadows lurked like forbidden thoughts. She was a woman caught between two worlds, both of them hostile in their own right. Her mind replayed the moment she had knelt before the Imam, her heart racing with fear and exhilaration. "What have I done?" The words hung in the air, thick with regret. The night shivered with anticipation. Nissim reached for the small wooden box, his talisman, a remnant of a faith he had once cherished. Inside lay a tattered prayer book, its pages yellowed with age. He clutched it close, a lifeline to a world he had abandoned. "What is faith?" he questioned the empty room. "A choice? A curse?" Outside, the wind howled, an eerie lament for the lost souls wandering between beliefs. He feared he was losing the last thread of connection to his people, slipping further into a void where loyalty and love twisted into something grotesque. In a cafe, Sarah met with Eli, her eyes glinting with both hope and despair. They shared a history, two children of a tumultuous past, bound by the choices that had torn their lives apart. "I can't keep living this lie," she blurted, her voice breaking. "What if they find out?" The words hung between them, heavy and suffocating. Eli, his brow furrowed, caught her gaze, searching for something, understanding, perhaps, or a shared reckoning. He too had felt the sharp sting of rejection, the weight of expectations that crushed his spirit. "But do you even believe?" he asked, the question a dagger aimed at her heart. "I don't know." The truth spilled out like blood from a wound, raw and painful. "I thought I could fit in, that I could hide." Her laughter was hollow, echoing against the wooden walls of the cafe, mocking her own desperation. "But I'm still me. Aren't I?" The struggle within her surged, a tidal wave of doubt that threatened to drown her in the depths of her own making. As the night deepened, so did their confessions. Secrets spilled like wine, staining the fabric of their lives. Each shared fear tethered them tighter, forming a fragile bond that both comforted and terrified them. "I remember," Eli began, his voice soft yet strained, "the day my father disowned me. It was as if he'd pulled the ground from beneath my feet." The image of a father's disappointment pierced the air, a ghost that would haunt him forever. Nissim, still clutching the prayer book, closed his eyes, feeling its weight in his hands. "I sacrificed everything for acceptance," he whispered to the darkness, his voice cracking with emotion. "But what did I gain?" "A life built on lies." The candle flickered violently, casting grotesque shadows on the walls, as if mocking him for his betrayal. "Am I still worthy of love?" The question hung in the air, unanswered, lost in the churning chaos of his heart. In the cafe, Sarah and Eli sat in silence, the clinking of cups and hushed conversations fading into a distant murmur. The weight of their decisions loomed large, a storm swelling within. "We're ghosts in our own lives," Sarah finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Haunted by choices we didn't know we were making." The truth tasted bitter on her tongue, a reminder of a reality they could no longer escape. As the clock struck midnight, Nissim felt a surge of desperation, an urge to reclaim his past, to confront the specters that surrounded him. The prayer book trembled in his grip, echoing the heartbeat of a faith he could no longer reach. "I will not be afraid," he vowed, the fire igniting within him, a spark of defiance against the consuming darkness. Each word became a mantra, a lifeline to a history that still resonated within his bones. The night stretched on, a canvas painted with regrets and hopes intertwined. Shadows loomed, but the dawn approached, an uncertain promise that shimmered on the horizon. Nissim, Sarah, Eli, 3 souls bound by the weight of their choices, each navigating a labyrinth of faith and identity, poised on the precipice of revelation. The fabric of their lives tangled, threads of love and fear weaving an intricate tapestry that shimmered with both beauty and pain. The night held its breath, waiting for the moment when the truth would shatter the silence, when the shadows would finally be illuminated. Each heartbeat echoed in the stillness, a reminder that their stories were far from over, threads waiting to be pulled, destinies intertwined in the haunting dance of existence. The world outside began to stir, the dawn breaking slowly, but the night was still alive with questions, with the sharp edges of reality that refused to fade into the light. And so, the story continued, unspooling like a ribbon caught in the wind, a tale forever unfolding. Dust hung in the air like sorrow, thick and suffocating, swirling around the bustling marketplace of Istanbul. The cries of vendors echoed, sharp and desperate, wrestling for attention amidst the clamor of the crowd. I remember the metallic tang of blood on the cobblestones, the faint echo of a scuffle. Merchants hawked their wares, vibrant fabrics, spices that caught in your throat, the sweet, sickly scent of rotting fruit wafting from a forgotten corner. But beneath this chaotic symphony lay a tension, a heartbeat of dread that threatened to break free. Aziz, a man whose very existence was a tale of survival, stood at the center of it all, his hands trembling as he clutched an iron scale, weighing the gold coins that represented not just wealth but life itself. His eyes, haunted by the shadows of greed and desperation, darted between the faces that surrounded him. Each buyer wore a mask of expectation, but behind those masks were the fears of families, of hunger, of loss. I remember watching him, feeling the weight of his struggle, the way his breath hitched with every coin that slipped through his fingers. Across the square, in stark contrast, was Imine, a widow who had buried 3 husbands, each taken too soon by the merciless grip of fate. She bartered not just goods, but hope. Her smile was a fragile glass, shimmering yet dangerously close to shattering. Every day, she set up her stall, a testament to resilience, displaying herbs and fruits, a fleeting taste of nourishment amid a sea of despair. Yet, as she offered her wares, I could see the shadows dancing in her eyes, the memories of laughter that had turned to silence, the dreams of a life that could have been. I remember the day the tax collector arrived, a spectre draped in authority, his presence sending ripples of terror through the crowd. He walked with the weight of the empire on his shoulders, each step a funeral march. The air crackled with tension as he droned on about the need for revenue, the necessity of filling the coffers of an empire that seemed to care little for the nameless souls it devoured. "It's for the glory of the Sultan," he said, but I felt the truth beneath the lie, an insatiable hunger that gnawed at the very fabric of life. Aziz squeezed his eyes shut, a fleeting prayer escaping his lips. "How will I feed my children?" he whispered, the weight of his reality crashing down around him. He had watched the harvests dwindle, the soil that once cradled dreams now lay barren, a graveyard of hopes. Every tax levied was a nail in the coffin of his family's future, and as I stood there, paralyzed, I felt a knot tightening in my chest. Imine watched from a distance, the shadows of her past creeping closer. She, too, had faced the tax collector's cruelty. The memory of her last confrontation burned in her mind, how she had pleaded for mercy, how she had offered her last coin, only to be met with cold indifference. "There is no charity here," he had said, and yet, as she looked around, she saw faces marked by the same struggle, the same fight for survival. A fire ignited within her, not just for herself, but for those who stood shoulder to shoulder, all bearing their own burdens. I remember the moment when the storm broke. The sky darkened, brooding clouds converging like angry spirits. Rain began to fall, heavy and relentless, washing away the veneer of civility, unveiling raw humanity. Aziz and Imine locked eyes, a silent understanding passing between them. This was not just about survival, it was about defiance, about reclaiming their lives from the clutches of a system that sought to crush them. "Let's stand together," Imine finally said, her voice rising above the din, filled with a fierce determination that sliced through the chaos. "If we're to be crushed, let's do so as one." Her words hung in the air, electric and intoxicating, igniting something dormant deep within Aziz. In that moment, he no longer felt alone. As the rain lashed against their faces, they began to gather the others, those afraid, those beaten down, but still burning with the flicker of hope. They formed a circle, a barricade of humanity against the looming specter of oppression. I could feel the pulse of fear transforming into resolve, a collective heartbeat that reverberated through the drenched cobblestones. "Together, we'll fight," Aziz shouted, his voice rising above the storm, a battle cry that echoed through the marketplace, resonating with every soul present. "No more will we allow our families to starve while the Empire feasts." And that's when it happened, the world shifted. Time stretched, as if holding its breath, caught between despair and hope. I watched as the tax collector faltered, his confidence wavering under the weight of their unity. The crowd roared, a cacophony of voices rising in a wild symphony of rebellion. In that moment, everything changed. The marketplace, with its vibrant colors and chaotic sounds, transformed into a battleground, a crucible where dreams clashed against the cold reality of taxation. The once muted cries of hunger morphed into a rallying call, echoing off the walls of the empire that sought to silence them. Yet, beneath the surface, a deeper conflict simmered. Who were they really fighting? The Empire? The unseen hands that tightened the noose around their necks? Or was it the ghosts of their pasts, the dreams deferred, the losses that haunted them? The lines blurred, and in that chaos, fear and hope danced together like lovers in the night, entwined but never fully embracing. I remember the sky tearing open, the rain blending with the tears of those who dared to hope. And I remember the moment when Aziz and Imine, two flawed souls woven together by grief and strength, stood at the forefront of a tempest, ready to face an uncertain future. Their hearts thundered in unison, a promise that they would fight not just for a better tomorrow, but for the very essence of what it meant to live, to breathe, to defy. And there, amidst the chaos, the world didn't end, it only began anew. The echoes of their defiance fading into the distance, rippling through time, as the shadows of the empire loomed ever larger. But sometimes, in the quiet corners of our memories, we find that flicker of light, that heartbeat of hope that refuses to be extinguished. A knife clinks against the porcelain bowl, shattering the eerie silence of the harem. The air is thick with the scent of rosewater, mingling with an undercurrent of desperation. It's a morning like any other, but you can feel the tension like static electricity, crackling just beneath the surface. Lael, a young woman with eyes like stormy skies, grips the edge of the bowl, her knuckles white. She can sense the dread pooling in her stomach, a dark tide rising with every tick of the ornate clock hanging on the wall, each chime a heartbeat, each heartbeat a reminder of her place in this world. I remember the first time I saw the Sultan, she whispers, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. He seemed invincible, draped in silk and power, but I saw the fear flickering in his eyes. A man trapped by his own throne, just like us. A flicker of a smile dances across her lips, as if the memory is both a blessing and a curse. The women around her exchange glances, a silent communion of shared heartache. Each woman is marked by her own struggles, yet bound together by the invisible chains of their society, where love can be a prison and loyalty a knife that cuts deep. Across the courtyard, the sun beats down mercilessly on the back of Fatma, a servant whose hands are calloused from years of labor. She watches Lael, a ghost of her former self, cradled in the richness of silk while she slogs through dust and sweat. Fatma's heart is heavy with resentment, yet her spirit clings tenaciously to the hope that one day things will change. "If only I had the courage to speak," she murmurs under her breath. The words hang like a noose, choking her dreams of freedom. She remembers daring to voice her thoughts once, a whisper of rebellion, only to be met with scorn. "You're a servant, know your place," they had said, their laughter ringing in her ears like the toll of a funeral bell. But what is courage, if not the will to face the ghosts of one's past? She gazes at Lael, light bouncing off her silken dress, and wonders if something within her could spark a fire. "I remember the shadows," she sighs, "the nights I spent dreaming of wings, flying far from here." But even in dreams, the chains remain. Her voice trails off, swallowed by the heat of the day, leaving only the weight of unspoken words hanging in the air. As dusk descends, the harem transforms. The shadows lengthen, stretching across the walls, whispering secrets only the night can hold. Here, in the dim light, Sultana Zeynep sits with an elegance that belies the turmoil beneath her surface. A woman of power, yes, but also a woman of great sacrifice. She remembers her youth, the laughter, the dances, the thrill of being desired. Yet, she also remembers the day the crown became a curse, the moment she realized that every smile she wore was a mask, every embrace a reminder of her solitude. "I'm no different from them," she thinks, glancing at her servants. In her heart, she feels their pulse, their pain, their dreams. "I wear jewels, but they wear burdens." At that moment, she longs to reach out, to bridge the chasm of privilege that separates them. But the weight of her position anchors her, a heavy stone that drags her to the depths. What is power if I cannot wield it to change our fate? The question gnaws at her, relentless. The clock strikes again, each chime echoing through the marble halls, a cruel reminder of the passage of time. Zeynep stands, her resolve hardening like iron. "Tonight, we gather," she declares, her voice steady. "Tonight, we will share our stories. Each tale a thread woven into the fabric of our existence." Fatma's heart races, a wild bird trapped in a cage. Could it be possible? To share words that had been locked away for so long? She remembers the fear, the suffocating darkness of silence, but now it feels like a distant ghost. What if we spoke the truth, she dares to imagine? What if we found strength in our stories? Lael, too, feels the shift in the air, a spark igniting something dormant within her. "I remember the tales my mother whispered to me," she thinks, her spirit soaring. Tales of brave women, of starlit nights and the courage to defy fate. A rush of adrenaline courses through her veins. The idea of speaking out becomes intoxicating, a sweet elixir that promises freedom. The moon rises, casting an ethereal glow upon the courtyard as the women gather. Shadows flicker and dance, and in that light, they become more than their titles. They are warriors, poets, dreamers. Each woman carries her pain like armor, and as they begin to share their tales, the air vibrates with their voices, some trembling, some fierce, but all unified in their struggle. "I am more than a servant," Fatma shouts, her voice breaking as she finally steps into the light. "I am a woman with dreams." The words spill forth, raw and unfiltered, striking the air like arrows. The others gasp, eyes wide, as if awakening from a long slumber. Lael follows, her heart pounding. "I will not be a pawn in the game of kings." Each confession feels like a release, a dam breaking, washing away years of silence and shame. Zeynep stands, breathless, realizing that her hidden power lies not in her title, but in their voices. The clock ticks on, relentless. In that moment, they become not just women of the harem or the commoner's plight, but the embodiment of every whispered dream, every suppressed laugh, every tear shed in solitude. The night stretches on, a canvas painted with 1,000 stories, each one a thread woven into the tapestry of their lives. And just as the dawn threatens to break, lighting the edges of the night sky, they realize that this is only the beginning. The cycle of their stories will continue, a never-ending loop of struggle and triumph, binding them together in a way that no sultan could ever sever. Outside, the world waits, a vast expanse echoing with the potential of change. As they stand together, united in their resolve, they breathe in the promise of a new day, their hearts racing with the thrill of what's to come. A candle flickered in the drafty hall, the flame dancing like a soul chord between worlds, casting shadows on the stone walls, whispering secrets of grandeur and despair. I stood there, my heart pounding like a war drum, knowing I was on the precipice of something vast, something that would consume me whole. Outside, the moon hung heavy, a ghostly eye watching over a city teetering on the edge of rebirth or ruin. It was an age defined by the clash of ideals, the birth of art, the resurrection of dreams, and the pulsing dread that accompanies hope. Elena stood in the corner, her arms wrapped around a stack of yellowed manuscripts, the words within promising salvation. She cradled them like children, her face a canvas of worry and yearning. I could see the way her fingers trembled, how her breath hitched, as if the weight of the past threatened to crush her. The city's heart beat through her, a rhythm of desperation and ambition. She was an architect of words, a sculptor of emotions, yet the very foundation of her existence felt cracked, fragile. "I can't do this," she whispered, her voice barely above the howl of the wind outside. "What if it's all for nothing? What if no one cares?" I wanted to reach out, to pull her into the warmth of certainty, but the bitter chill of my own doubts held me back. I was a painter of shadows, a weaver of dreams, drowning in a sea of my own unrealized potential. The air throbbed with unspoken fears, each heartbeat a reminder of the weight of our ambitions. I had come to loathe the ghost of my past, a figure draped in failures, the haunting reminder that brilliance often requires a terrible sacrifice. Across the hall, beneath the vaulted ceiling that once echoed with laughter and genius, Marcus stood framed by the fading light. His hands were poised over his sketches, a wild tempest of lines and shapes, but I could see the storm brewing in his eyes. He was a sculptor, a creator of beauty, the god of chisels and marble, but tonight, he felt more like a prisoner to his own vision. His brow was furrowed, the blueprints before him like shackles, binding him to the very ideals that had once set his soul ablaze. "We are the architects of our own destruction," he muttered, a sardonic smile twisting his lips. "Look at what we've built, crumbling facades of dreams. All that effort, and for what? An audience that yawns." "Don't say that," I urged, the words tumbling out like stones in a landslide. "This is our time. The world is waiting for us to breathe life into these walls, to awaken the spirits of the past." But doubt clung to him like a shroud. "And what if we wake them only to find they don't wish to return? What if they have seen the world beyond and choose silence over our cacophony?" Time stretched, a taut string vibrating with the tension of our unspoken fears. I could feel it, the weight of history, the palpable breath of those who came before us swirling like fog. Each artist, each writer, each architect who had ever dared to dream had left a mark, a fragment of their souls etched into the very fabric of the city. These were not just stones and ink, they were the echoes of humanity, the raw essence of existence, brimming with the terror of being forgotten. Elena's gaze shifted to the window, where shadows danced like phantoms under the moonlight. I remember the stories they told. They spoke of love, of loss, of glory and despair. They painted the skies with color, filled the air with music. What if we can't do the same? What if we fade into silence? I shook my head vehemently, my pulse quickening. We won't. We can't. We owe it to them, to ourselves, to scream into the void and make the universe listen. Our words will echo in the chambers of time. We must carve our own place in the pantheon of greatness. We are the Renaissance. As I spoke, the shadows deepened, wrapping around the three of us like a bittersweet embrace. Outside, the echoes of the city began to rise, a symphony of clanging bells, distant laughter, and the murmur of crowds. Each sound wrapped around us, knitting a tapestry of life that surged through the air, daring us to join in the celebration of creation. Marcus slammed his sketches to the floor, the sound like thunder in the stillness. What if our voices are drowned out by the noise? What if we're just another fleeting moment in history, lost among the stars? Then we burn bright, like a comet. The words erupted from my lips, fierce and unyielding. We will paint the night with our passions, write the stories that can't be silenced. We will build the structures that stand the test of time, our legacy will be more than shadows. Elena's eyes sparked with a flicker of hope, fragile yet tenacious. But how? How do we summon the courage to transform our fears into beauty? By embracing the madness, I answered, feeling a surge of determination. By allowing ourselves to feel everything, the joy, the heartbreak, the ecstatic terror of creation. Let the world see us as we are, flawed, imperfect, desperately human. The walls seemed to pulse with our collective heartbeat, drawing us closer. Each breath we took became a prayer, an invocation of all that had come before us and all that we could still become. The night outside swelled with promise, the air charged with the electricity of potential. And as we stood on the brink of our own renaissance, a haunting melody began to weave through the shadows, a timeless song that echoed the very essence of our struggle, our triumphs, our existence. It was an ode to the architects of the soul, the artists who dared to dream, and in that moment, the world felt alive, teetering on the brink of something glorious. The candle flickered once more, as if urging us to take the leap into the unknown, to forge ahead into the chaos and create, to etch our names into the annals of time. We were not merely observing history, we were becoming it, three souls intertwined in a dance of creation, adrift in the perpetual twilight of hope and despair. And then, just like that, the shadows began to stir, awakening the ghosts of our aspirations. We held our breath, hearts racing, wondering if this moment would mark the beginning or the end. The air was thick with anticipation, an unshakable tension that clung to the walls of the dimly lit courtyard. It was a night steeped in shadows, the kind where the moon seemed to hold its breath, watching the turmoil unfold below. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, as shouts echoed through the alleys, a cacophony of voices rising in anguish and anger. This was not just a clash of words, it was a violent collision of identities, a fracture in the fragile tapestry of a city built on the backs of many faiths. Zara, a woman of fierce conviction, stood at the edge of the gathering, her eyes ablaze with a blend of fear and defiance. She was a Jew in a land of Muslims and Christians, navigating a world where beliefs clashed like swords in the night. "We're not just numbers," she shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. "We're flesh and blood. We have histories and futures." I could see the tremor in her hands, the way the moonlight glinted off her silver Star of David, a beacon of hope and a target all at once in these dark times. Then there was Tariq, a Muslim man with a heart heavy under the weight of his faith, caught between loyalty to his people and the undeniable truth of his love for Zara. He watched her from afar, the fire in her spirit drawing him closer, even as the stakes rose. His friends whispered tales of betrayal, but Tariq knew better. "You don't understand," he muttered, more to himself than to them. "Love doesn't recognize borders." Yet, in this world where the millet system had woven its complex web of divisions, their love felt like a crime, a whispered secret that could ignite a powder keg of hatred. Amidst the frenzy, the spectacle of humanity revealed itself in grotesque detail, children crying, mothers clutching their offspring, men shouting in the names of gods, a symphony of despair that echoed through the centuries. I remember the smell of smoke, the acrid scent of fear intermingling with sweat as I drifted closer, drawn to the tension like a moth to a flame. I remember how the shadows danced, almost playfully, as if mocking those who dared to dream of unity in this fractured reality. And then there was old Ibrahim, a Christian elder, his beard white as the clouds that rolled in ominously overhead, a relic of a time when the three faiths coexisted in a fragile peace. He stood in a corner, his gnarled hands clasped in prayer, whispering forgotten mantras that felt like echoes of a lost world. "God is one, but we are many," he murmured, like a mantra against the encroaching storm. But the storm was here, and it laughed at his words, crackling thunder rolling through the night as if to say, "You think this will end well?" I felt the weight of their stories, the unbearable sorrow woven into the fabric of their lives. Zara's family had once thrived in this city, their laughter filling the air like the sweet scent of jasmine, now replaced by the acrid bitterness of loss. Tariq's lineage bore the scars of countless battles fought in the name of faith, and yet here he was, caught in a love that felt more like a betrayal than a blessing. Ibrahim, the keeper of memories, haunted by ghosts of what once was, yearning for a time when divisions weren't drawn with swords but with the gentle brush of kindness. As the night deepened, the shouts grew louder, the stakes rising like the tension in a taut string, ready to snap. "They want us to choose a side," Zara cried, her voice a rallying cry against the dark forces that sought to tear them apart. "But I refuse. Love is my side." Her determination ignited something in the crowd, a flicker of hope that dared to challenge the suffocating darkness. But hope is a fragile thing. I could feel it trembling in the air, as if the very fabric of reality held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. Tariq stepped forward, a warrior in the war of hearts, ready to fight for the impossible. "I will stand with you, Zara," he declared, his voice steady, unwavering. But even as he spoke, shadows crept closer, looming figures whispering doubts, planting seeds of fear that threatened to choke their love before it even bloomed. And then, in the chaotic heart of the moment, a decision was made. A stone flew, a fist was raised, and suddenly, the world erupted into a frenzy of bodies, fear, and fury. I could hardly breathe, the tension thick as molasses, each heartbeat reverberating like an echo of despair. Zara cried out, reaching for Tariq, but the angry tide of humanity swept them apart, each moment stretching into eternity, a time loop of anguish and longing. Is this our end? I thought, the question clawing at my insides. Would these moments of defiance and love be crushed beneath the weight of history, replaced by a narrative of separation and enmity? I could only watch, helpless, as they fought against the storm, their hearts entwined, yet worlds apart. I remember the faces of those around me, etched in fear and hope, desperation and courage. Their stories wove together in a tapestry of faith and doubt, their lives an intricate dance upon a knife's edge, where one misstep could lead to destruction. I felt the pulse of their pain, the weight of their choices, and yet, within that chaos, flickers of resilience began to glow, the glimmers of a truth that, perhaps, could transcend the suffocating darkness that threatened to engulf them all. In that moment, I understood, this was not just a clash of religions, it was a struggle for the very soul of humanity, a fight to breathe life into the lifeless, to reclaim the threads of connection that had frayed in the wake of fear. The millet system had cast them into roles, but at their core, they were simply people, yearning for understanding, craving the warmth of acceptance. And as I stood there, engulfed by the chaos, I knew the night would not end easily. The confrontation was just beginning, the echoes of their battle reverberating through the cosmos, a testament to the human spirit, flawed but unyielding, desperate yet hopeful, forever locked in the dance between love and division. Each heartbeat carried their stories forward, a promise that, no matter the darkness, light would always find a way to seep through the cracks. The ship rocked violently on the swell of the dark Mediterranean waters, waves clawing at the wooden hull with a ferocity that matched the pounding in my chest. I stood at the edge, the cold spray stinging my face, my hands gripping the railing like a lifeline. The cries of men echoed against the night, harsh and desperate, blending with the ghostly whispers of the wind as if the sea itself mourned what was about to unfold. That night, the horizon was a canvas painted in shadows, a reminder of the hell that lay beyond the velvet darkness. They were coming. The Barbary corsairs, bloodhounds of the waves, hunters of the unwary, they were the harbingers of doom, their sails billowing like the wings of fallen angels, stained with the memories of countless victims. I could feel the weight of my brother's absence like a stone in my gut, his laughter now a haunting melody lost to the fury of the storm. Remember, I will always watch your back, he had said, right before he sailed off to face the very monsters we now feared. I remembered it like a prayer, a fragile promise slipping through the cracks of fate. If only I could have gone with him. If only I had been there to shield him from the grasping hands of the sea. But the gods had chosen him, the brave one, while I was left to grapple with my cowardice. And then I saw them, dark shapes breaking the surface of the water, moving with an eerie grace, swift and deadly. The Barbary ship emerged, a beast of timber and iron that seemed to breathe malice. My heart raced, a wild drumbeat against the stillness that enveloped our vessel. I could see their faces, fierce and determined, eyes glinting with the promise of plunder. They were shadows made flesh, and I felt their cold grip wrap around my soul. There was a man among them, tall and imposing, his skin kissed by the sun, a warrior forged in the trials of battle. His name was Hassan, a captain whose very presence could ignite fire in the hearts of the damned. I had heard tales of his exploits, tales that sent chills down the spine. The very mention of his name sent shivers through the bravest sailors. But I couldn't shake the feeling that beneath that bravado lay a mind twisted by the weight of survival. A hollow man, perhaps, fighting for scraps in a world that offered none. "Stand your ground," he roared, voice booming like thunder, rattling the very air around him. "Today, we feast." And then, chaos erupted. I felt the deck tremble beneath my feet, heard the clashing of steel and the agonizing screams of my comrades, but all I could focus on was Hassan. His sword glinted in the moonlight, a deadly extension of his will, slicing through the air as if it were nothing but mist. Each swing was a silent testament to the lives he had claimed, a ledger of blood and rage etched into his soul. I ducked as a body fell near me, the spray of blood splattering like paint on a canvas, and I felt the bile rise in my throat. If only I could feel anger, rage surging through me, but all I felt was the hollow ache of helplessness. I remembered my mother's warmth, her laughter echoing in the lovely chaos of our home, and I realized how far I had drifted from that innocence. And then, in the midst of the storm, emerged another figure, a woman, fierce and unyielding, her hair wild like the tempest around her. Layla, the healer of our village, who had often bandaged my wounds and whispered words of hope in my ears. But now, she was a warrior, fighting alongside the men, her spirit unbroken, a fire that refused to be extinguished. I watched her strike with precision and grace, the blade in her hand moving like a dancer, and I felt a flicker of hope ignite within my chest. "Stay close, brother," she shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos as she dispatched another foe. "We will survive this." Her face was smudged with dirt, eyes fierce and alive with an unyielding spirit, but even she could not escape the gnawing fear that lurked in the shadows. I wanted to scream, to rush to her side, but I felt paralyzed, the weight of despair anchoring me in place. Was this the world we had inherited? A realm ruled by the cold hands of death and betrayal? Hassan lunged toward Layla, his sword raised high, and for a moment time stood still. I saw the glint in his eye, the flash of a predator poised to strike. Would she become yet another victim to his wrath? My heart thundered in my chest as I felt the world around me blur, the battlefield dissolving into a realm of uncertainty. "No!" I bellowed, the word escaping my lips in a raw, desperate cry, as I surged forward, a wave of determination crashing against the rocks of despair. It was an act of pure instinct, a primal urge to protect those I loved, even if it meant standing against the very force of fate itself. The clash of blades rang out like music, a symphony of survival amidst the chaos. Each moment was a heartbeat, each breath a plea for mercy, and I could feel the world closing in, the shadows creeping closer. The battle raged on, a tapestry of blood and violence, and I knew this was only the beginning. I remembered everything, every heartbeat, every breath, every scream that echoed in the night. The ghosts of my brothers and sisters hung in the air, lingering like spirits trapped between worlds, and I realized that we were all bound together, caught in a web of fate that stretched beyond the horizon. The clash of steel, the cries of the fallen, the scent of salt and blood filling my lungs, it was intoxicating, paralyzing, and yet, amidst the chaos, I felt alive. There was no turning back. The Barbary pirates had come, but so had our defiance. The struggle was not just for survival, it was a fight for our very souls, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit against the encroaching darkness. And as the night deepened, the battle surged forth, waves crashing against the shores of destiny, our fates intertwined amid the raging storm. Time was a thief, robbing us of moments even as it gifted us the thrill of life in its most raw, visceral form. The tale was far from over, the shadows thickening, and I could feel the pull of the cosmos above us, an infinite dance of stars bearing witness to our plight, our rage, our determination. This was our moment, our reckoning. And the sea, with its unfathomable depths and unyielding power, awaited the outcome of our struggle. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating. The battle drum sounded in the distance, a war cry echoing through the valley like the heartbeat of a restless giant. I stood at the edge of the hill, looking down at the mass of soldiers gathering below, a sea of colors, the banners snapping in the wind, each one a promise of blood, of honor, of death. I was not a warrior, I was merely a witness, a trembling leaf in a storm, caught in the whirlwind of the Safavid conflict. I remember the faces, the young men, barely more than boys, clutching their weapons like lifelines. There was Jahan, with wild eyes and a heart beating to the rhythm of revenge, his family lost to the relentless tide of conflict. He believed he was a hero, yet the weight of his anger threatened to drag him into the abyss. I saw him then, his hand shaking, not from fear, but from a fervent desire to avenge, to reclaim what had been stolen from his family. But vengeance is a flame, it burns brightly yet consumes all in its path, and I feared for him. My gaze shifted to Amina, a woman with a heart like a drum, loud and proud against the chaos. She was a healer, a woman of peace in a world spiraling into despair. Yet here she was, patching wounds and binding broken bodies, even as her own heart shattered with every groan of pain that filled the air. Amina believed in something greater, an impossible dream of unity amidst hatred, but the shadows of division loomed larger, darker. The struggle between the Sunni and Shia, a rift so deep that the rivers of blood flowed from it, threatened to drown her hope. I remember the flicker of torches illuminating the night, their flames dancing like spirits in the darkness. The city of Isfahan, once a beacon of beauty, now stood on the brink of chaos, its walls trembling under the weight of history and conflict. I could almost hear the whispers of the past, tales of glory and despair swirling around me like smoke. The memory of the Shah, his ambitions like a siren song, echoing through the ages, luring men into a battle that felt both distant and intimately personal. The silence before the storm was a palpable thing, thick and heavy, a silence that wrapped around us, a shroud of anticipation. The soldiers, their faces painted with fear and bravado, waited for a signal, an unseen hand to guide them into the fray. But that moment, that heartbeat of stillness, was shattered as the first cry rang out, a shrill, piercing sound that shattered the night. I could feel Jahan's resolve hardening, a steel in his spine as he readied his sword. I wanted to scream at him, to pull him back from the precipice of madness, but the words caught in my throat like a noose. "This isn't you," I wanted to say. But the fire in his eyes was consuming, and I knew nothing I could say would reach him now. His laughter rang out, manic and desperate, a sound that echoed through the darkness, mingling with the cries of the fallen. "They took everything from us," he shouted, and the words slashed through the night like lightning. He was lost, a puppet dangling from strings of pain and vengeance, dancing to a tune written in blood. And Amina, bless her heart, stood there, her hands trembling as she tended to the wounded, her spirit unyielding even as the storm raged around her. "We can't keep doing this," she pleaded, her voice a fragile thread woven through the chaos. "We need to find another way." But her words were swallowed by the roar of the crowd, drowned by the clamor of swords clashing, the cries of men driven by a thirst for blood. Time itself felt warped, a mere illusion in that moment. The clock's hand spun wildly, and the cosmos seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. The night deepened, shadows creeping in as if to mock the hope that flickered in Amina's eyes. She was a dreamer, standing on the edge of reality, daring to believe that love could conquer hatred. But the irony hung thick in the air, as thick as the smell of sweat and fear. I could see it in Jahan's eyes when he turned to her, a flicker of doubt mingling with his rage. "You think they'll listen? You think they care? They want us dead." His voice cracked, and for a moment, I saw the boy beneath the warrior, the fear that gnawed at his insides. Then, the signal came, a flare shot into the sky, a fiery scream that shattered the last vestiges of silence. It was the end of hesitation, it was the call to arms. I stood there, a mere spectator, as Jahan charged into the fray, a comet blazing across the night sky, brilliant and tragic. I wanted to reach out, to stop him, but the moment was lost, like grains of sand slipping through my fingers. All around us, chaos erupted, a cacophony of metal and flesh. I watched Amina as she moved through the battlefield, a ghost of compassion amidst the carnage. I watched her try to comfort the dying, her voice a soothing balm, but it was drowned out by the cries of agony and the clang of swords. And in that moment, as the battle raged and the flames flickered against the night, I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us, the ghosts of past conflicts whispering in the wind. The Safavid conflict was not just a war, it was a cycle, a haunting melody that played on repeat, a painful echo of the human condition, a desperate reminder of our flaws. In that dark night, I realized something profound. We were all trapped in this dance of destruction, our fates intertwined like the roots of an ancient tree, twisting and turning, always reaching for the light. And as the battle raged on, I felt the universe conspire against us, the stars spinning in their orbits, indifferent to our struggles. I remember the faces, the pain, the love and loss, each moment a thread woven into the tapestry of our lives, an eternal conflict that seemed to stretch into infinity, pulling us deeper into its grasp, with no end in sight. The cries, the anger, the hope, it all swirled around me, a tempest of emotion, and as I stood at the precipice, I knew I was not just witnessing history, I was drowning in it, my soul forever marked by the turmoil of the age. The air was thick with a silence that felt almost palpable, as if the universe itself were holding its breath. In the streets of Istanbul, the sun hung low, casting an eerie glow over the city, illuminating the shadows that clung to the corners like secrets waiting to be revealed. The Great Plague had come, an unseen spectre weaving through the crowded bazaars, carrying the scent of death wrapped in the whispers of the terrified. I remember the moment vividly, though it seems like a fevered dream now, a blur of fear and confusion. A girl named Layla stood at the doorway of her father's shop, her fingers trembling against the wooden frame like autumn leaves clinging to the last vestiges of summer. She watched as the world around her unraveled, a tapestry of vibrant colors fading to gray. The laughter of children transformed into ghostly echoes as panic gripped the hearts of the people. Crowds once bustling with life now turned into a wretched parade, faces masked with cloth, eyes wide with dread. "Don't touch anyone," her father had shouted, his voice cracking under the weight of despair. "Or you'll bring the plague home." Her brother, Suleiman, was already gone, taken by the relentless tide of illness that swept through households like an unstoppable flood. She could still hear his laughter, a melody now drowned in the cacophony of sorrow. Every morning, she'd wake to find his empty bed, the sheets untouched, a haunting reminder of the laughter that once filled their home. Her heart twisted in knots of guilt. If only she had been quicker, had noticed the sign sooner. But the truth was, the plague was a thief, a shadow that struck without warning, leaving nothing but darkness in its wake. I remember the day they brought the news of Suleiman's death. The clock on the wall ticked ominously, each second stretching into eternity. "He was a good boy," her father murmured, his voice low and filled with the weight of unshed tears. "Too good for this world." Layla's heart plummeted as she clutched her stomach, the agony of loss mixing with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The world had turned into a nightmare, yet she was still expected to wake up and navigate a broken reality. And then there was Ahmed, a healer, driven by the desperate hope of saving lives. He moved through the streets with a heavy heart, his hands stained with the remnants of sorrow. In his mind, he played the roles of both savior and damned. Each patient he lost felt like another piece of his soul snatched away, a reminder of his own mortality. He walked the narrow alleys, his eyes scanning for the sick, the weak, the lost. Every knock on a door could bring his salvation or damnation. Just one more, he would whisper to himself, a mantra driven by the fervor of the dying. I remember the screams of the afflicted, the cries that pierced the evening air, a mournful song that wrapped around him like a cloak. The stench of sweat and decay clung to his robes, but he pressed on, guided by a fierce need to fight the encroaching darkness. He had heard the tales of a cure, whispered between hushed breaths, a concoction brewed from herbs and hope. But what good were remedies when the very essence of life seemed to be slipping through his fingers like water? In the depths of night, beneath the watchful gaze of a pale moon, he knelt at the bedside of a mother clinging to her feverish child. "Hold on, little one," he urged, his voice trembling with desperation. The child's eyes fluttered, searching for something just beyond the reach of this world, while the mother's grasp on reality slipped like grains of sand. He felt her anguish pierce through him, a reminder of his own failures, a reminder that even the strongest heart could not battle the inevitability of fate. Layla wandered the streets, her footsteps echoing in the hollow shell of a city that had once been vibrant and alive. She felt invisible, a ghost among the living, searching for any sign of her brother, any trace of hope. She found herself drawn to the Grand Bazaar, where colors once danced in a riotous display, now muted and fading. The stalls stood empty, the merchant's cry silenced by the weight of despair. "Where are you, Suleiman?" she whispered to the shadows, her voice barely above a breath, as if she feared the very name would summon him back into the world of the living. As night fell, the air turned heavy with the scent of damp earth, a reminder that life continued to pulse beneath the surface, despite the encroaching darkness. Time felt fluid, slipping through her fingers like the grains of sand in an hourglass. She leaned against the cool stone wall, her heart racing as she listened to the distant wails of mourning. The city was dying, and with it, a part of her. She closed her eyes, and for a moment, she could hear the echoes of laughter, the soft chatter of vendors, the bustling life that had once defined her world. But just as quickly, it was gone, devoured by the specter of the plague. Ahmed, too, felt the weight of time pressing upon him. It haunted him, casting shadows on his resolve. "I will not give up," he muttered, but his voice betrayed him. Each time he faced a family with eyes clouded by grief, each time he felt the heat of a fevered brow beneath his palm, he wondered if he was merely a puppet dancing in the hands of fate. Hours turned into days, and the days blurred into a fog of despair, until the sun became a mere memory and night swallowed the city whole. The stories of loss woven through the fabric of their lives were a stark reminder of their shared humanity. Layla, with her memories of laughter and warmth, Ahmed, with his burdens of healing and heartache. In the midst of chaos, they were drawn together, two souls battling against the same relentless tide. The plague raged on, a relentless beast, consuming all in its path. And in that twilight between life and death, between hope and despair, a fragile thread of connection began to weave through their lives. They were united by grief, a shared understanding of the fragility of existence. Love, like a flickering candle fighting against the storm, dared to emerge from the ashes of their shattered realities. I remember the chilling uncertainty of it all, how each moment felt like a breath held too long, a heartbeat suspended in time. The Great Plague was more than a disease, it was a mirror reflecting back their deepest fears, their most profound losses. And as the city mourned, as the shadows stretched long and dark, Layla and Ahmed found themselves caught in the web of fate, each step leading them closer to a confrontation of their own hearts, a reckoning that could either unite them in the face of the darkness or tear them apart. The rhythm of their destinies intertwined as the city wept, the ghosts of those lost whispering through the night. And in that haunting silence, they realized they were not alone, not merely victims of a plague but players in a tragic yet beautiful drama where life and death danced eternally, twirling under the watchful gaze of a moon that never judged, merely witnessed. The air hung thick with smoke and despair, the sharp tang of iron biting at the back of their throats. It was the kind of night when stars seemed to shudder behind clouds, hiding from the chaos below. The clash of swords rang through the darkness like a dirge, a cacophony that echoed the agony of those who fought not just for victory, but for survival itself. I could hear the cries, bitter, desperate, and filled with the weight of the world. Marta stood at the edge of the battlefield, her heart pulsating like the drums of war that beat against her chest. She clutched a small cross, fingers trembling, as if it were the last remnant of hope in a world that had turned its back on the divine. The shadows danced around her, flickering like ghosts of the fallen, and in that moment, she felt like a spectre herself, lost, trapped between the past and an uncertain future. I remember the stories told by my grandmother, she whispered, her voice like a fragile thread, tales of glory and honor. Across the field, the silhouette of a man caught her eye. Anton, his face streaked with mud and blood, fought with a ferocity that belied his weariness. Each swing of his sword was a prayer, a cry for salvation. For the Empire, he shouted, though the weight of the words felt hollow in his mouth. He was not just a soldier, he was a father, a husband, a man who had once known the sweetness of laughter and love. Now, all that remained was the taste of ash on his tongue. I remember, he muttered, the day she smiled at me, how the sun seemed to shine just for us. But what was a smile worth when the world crumbled around them? The Treaty of Karlowitz loomed like a shadow over their lives, a harbinger of decline. It was more than a paper deal signed by those who sat too far from the bloodshed to feel its sting. It was a death sentence for their dreams, a crushing blow to the pulse of a once mighty empire. Beyond the chaotic clamor, the distant sound of a clock struck ominously, marking the passage of time, as if counting down to some unspeakable fate. Marta turned her gaze back to Anton, the intensity of her longing palpable. Each clash of steel felt like a drum roll announcing the final act of a tragedy about to unfold. Come back to me, she thought, but those words were drowned out by the roar of battle. She had once believed that love could conquer all. Now, it felt like a cruel joke played by the universe. In her mind, memories swirled like fog, Anton's laughter, the warmth of his embrace, the way his eyes sparkled under the sun. I remember, she murmured, her heart aching with the weight of nostalgia. But memory was both a sanctuary and a prison. The past was a mirror reflecting the beauty of what they had lost and what they stood to lose forever. Fight! Anton roared, his voice strained, a desperate plea that echoed amid the chaos. He lunged forward, his sword slicing through the air with a grace that belied his exhaustion. Each enemy he felled was a ghost laid to rest, but with every swing, he felt a piece of himself shatter, an echo of his former self, slipping through his fingers like sand. And then, silence. A sudden hush enveloped the battlefield, as if the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of despair. Time froze, a single moment stretched into eternity. It was here that Marta felt the weight of destiny pressing down upon her, curling around her heart like a vice. A figure emerged from the smoke, tall, imposing, with a glint of metal catching the fleeting light. The enemy commander, a spectre of death itself, advanced with deliberate steps, each one a countdown to their doom. Anton's heart raced, fury igniting within him. This is it, he thought, adrenaline surging through his veins. Let him come, he growled under his breath, but the terror nestled deep within him was palpable. It clawed at his resolve, whispering doubts that tangled with his desire to protect. His mind flickered to Marta, her face etched in every crevice of his heart. Would this be the last time he would see her? Would he be remembered as a hero or a coward? The enemy commander raised his sword, a wicked grin cutting across his face, and in that moment, time resumed its relentless march. Anton surged forward, a primal roar tearing from his throat, a sound filled with desperation and fury. For Marta, he shouted, the name bursting forth like a prayer, a lifeline tossed into the abyss. The clash was brutal, a symphony of violence that painted the ground red. Anton fought like a man possessed, and yet, with every swing of his blade, he felt the shadows creeping closer, enveloping him in a shroud of despair. Each heartbeat echoed in his ears, a reminder of the fleeting nature of life and love. I remember the day we danced in the fields, he thought, his mind drifting to a simpler time, when the world felt alive and free, untouched by the weight of war. And Marta, standing amidst the chaos, felt the ground tremble beneath her feet. She could taste the fear on her lips, the bitterness of loss hovering just beyond reach. She closed her eyes, envisioning a future that seemed to slip farther away with each passing second. I remember, the words hung in the air, both a lament and a vow. The shadows of history loomed like specters, whispering promises of decline. The Treaty of Karlowitz would change everything. It was more than a mere document, it was a dagger aimed at the heart of their existence. The struggle for survival was no longer just a battle, it was a reckoning with fate, a desperate grasping for the threads of a life that felt increasingly out of reach. And as the night wore on, the boundaries between hope and despair blurred. The battlefield became a kaleidoscope of chaos and memory, a haunting reminder that each moment could shatter like glass, leaving behind only echoes of what was once whole. The fight raged on, but within that tempest, the heavy silence of what lay ahead began to settle in, the relentless march of time, the inescapable truth that even the fiercest warriors could not outrun their destiny. The clock struck midnight, but the streets of Amsterdam pulsed with life. Lanterns flickered like dying stars, casting trembling shadows on cobbled stones slick with rain. I stood there, heart thrumming, a relentless drumbeat echoing the chaos around me. The tulips, once humble blooms that whispered of spring, now roared with a feverish intensity. They were treasures, obsessions, the golden tickets to a world of riches, and I was ensnared in their beauty. I remember the laughter, giddy and hollow, mingling with the sounds of desperation. People swarmed around me, eyes wild with greed and delight. They cradled tulip bulbs like newborns, their fingers trembling as if the slightest pressure would shatter the fragile dreams encased within. The air crackled with speculation, electric and suffocating. The scent of damp earth mingled with the sweetness of ambition, sweet, but perilous. Then, there was Eliza. She fought her way through the crowd, breathless and fierce. Her dark hair whipped around her face, wild like the spirit trapped within her. I could see the determination etched into her features, fierce as a lioness defending her cubs. Eliza had a thirst for freedom, for more than what the tulip market could promise. But here she was, caught between her dreams and the siren call of wealth. "We can leave, you know," she shouted over the cacophony, her voice barely piercing the veil of greed. "This is madness. Come with me." And I, caught in the web of desire, felt the tug of two worlds. I could see the truth in her eyes, raw, exposed. But the golden bulbs, those little miracles of color, they whispered their seduction like an insatiable lover. I was a fool, drowning in the allure of fleeting riches while she stood firm, a lighthouse in the storm. Across the square, a figure emerged, a man shrouded in mystery, eyes like cold steel. Anton, they called him, a dealer of dreams and nightmares. He watched the crowd with a knowing grin, and I felt the weight of his gaze, as if he could see through my soul. He was a puppeteer, pulling strings with elegance. He thrived on the frenzy, feeding off the hope, desperation, and the inevitable despair that followed. I shivered, knowing he was as much a part of this madness as the tulips themselves. I remember the first time I saw a tulip, I whispered to Eliza, my words barely escaping my lips, trembling like the petals in the wind. I thought it was a miracle. But now it feels like a curse. The crowd surged, and she grabbed my arm, dragging me closer to her. Every moment we spend here is a moment lost, she urged, her voice fierce yet trembling with the weight of her conviction. You can feel it, can't you? The air thick with unfulfilled desires, promises shattered like glass. But Anton laughed, a chilling sound that wrapped around us, squeezing tighter with every passing second. What is life without risk? He called out, his voice echoing through the night. What are tulips but symbols of our ambition? Embrace the chaos, my friends. Wealth is a fleeting mistress, and the bold shall find her favor. The crowd erupted in agreement, their voices mingling with dreams of grandeur. I felt my heart pound, caught between Eliza's passionate plea and the intoxicating lure of Anton's words. My mind raced, the tension thick and pulsing, like the very roots of those tulips reaching deep into the earth, searching for something, anything, to sustain them. With a sudden shift, the crowd surged, a tidal wave of bodies crashing against one another, fueled by a frenzied need for more. Eliza's grip tightened. We need to get out, she shouted, but it was as if the crowd had transformed into a living beast, its appetite insatiable. I watched as Anton moved among them, a spectre guiding their desires. He was a king in a court of chaos, and I felt the pang of fear gripping my chest, the realization that I was no longer a mere observer but a participant in this dance of madness. The tulips, those once innocent flowers, had become a mirror reflecting our darkest ambitions, the beauty and the horror intertwined. Look around you, Eliza cried, her voice a beacon in the storm. What do you see? The colors bleed into one another, a beautiful tapestry woven with despair. But her words were drowning in the cacophony, swallowed by the insatiable hunger of the crowd. I felt the fracture within me, the battle between my yearning and my conscience. My heart raced, not knowing which way to turn. Was I destined to drown in this madness, or was there still a chance for clarity? A sudden hush fell over the crowd, an eerie silence that wrapped around us like a shroud. I turned, and there was Anton, standing tall, a figure of confidence amidst the chaos, a puppeteer in full control. He raised his hands, and silence reigned. Ladies and gentlemen, he declared, his voice smooth like silk, the tulip market has reached its peak. Are you ready to risk it all? In that moment, I felt time stretch and warp around me. The weight of the decision pressed down, infinite and paralyzing. This was not just about tulips anymore, it was about life, about dreams, about the very essence of who we were. I could feel the breath of the cosmos against my skin, the weight of history whispering through the night, a reminder of the folly of ambition, the fragility of hope. Eliza's eyes bore into mine, a fierce flame against the encroaching darkness. Choose wisely, my friend, she whispered, and in that heartbeat, I realized how fragile this moment was. The tulips danced in the wind, and so did our fates, entwined in a whirlwind of color, desperation, and dreams yet unfulfilled. As the crowd roared back to life, I stood at the precipice, my heart racing, my breath hitching on the edge of uncertainty. The night held its breath, and so did I. The clock struck midnight in Istanbul, its chime resonating through the alleys like an echo from another time. A shadow slipped between the buildings, heart pounding, breath hitching in the throat. Zeynep pressed against the cold stone wall, the weight of her fear pressing down like a shroud. She could hear the footsteps of soldiers, clanging armor, simmering tension, a promise of violence in the air. The night was alive, crackling with an energy that made her skin tingle, and yet, it felt hauntingly still, as if the city itself were holding its breath. I can't go back, she whispered to the darkness, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. The thought clawed at her insides. She could already hear her father's voice echoing in her mind, a woman's place is at home, Zeynep. You must obey. Obey. The word felt like a noose tightening around her throat, stifling the dreams she dared not voice. She had long since abandoned the notion of knotted carpets and needlework. Her heart was set on reform, on shaking off the chains of tradition that bound her. Across the bustling streets, amidst the clatter of hooves and the shouts of merchants, stood Emre. A scholar, an idealist, and a man caught in the throes of a revolution fueled by his own conflicted heart. His fingers brushed against the pages of a forbidden book, words swirling like a tempest in his mind. Equality, justice, they sang, promising a future where men and women could stand side by side. But the more he read, the heavier his heart became, the burden of knowledge pressing down like the weight of centuries. He glanced over his shoulder, anxiety flickering in his chest. Zeynep, he murmured, a name laced with longing and fear. The thought of her, passionate, fierce, made him ache. She was a flickering candle in the darkness, illuminating paths he had never dared to tread. She was everything he wanted, but she was also everything he feared. What would it mean for her to step into a world that simmered with uncertainty? What would it cost them both? Time seemed to bend, drifting like smoke in the wind. Zeynep could feel the heat of the approaching soldiers, their laughter cruel and mocking. She thought of the people she had left behind, the whispers of rebellion wrapped around her heart like chains. I remember when I first saw the iron gates of the palace, she breathed, the way they stood tall and forbidding, like the dreams of those who dared to change the world. She had been so naive then, so full of hope. As the soldiers drew closer, panic surged through her veins. The darkness of the alley felt like a suffocating embrace, threatening to swallow her whole. She remembered the stories her mother used to tell her, tales of bravery and sacrifice, men who had fought for freedom, women who had stood up against injustice. Those stories were her lifeblood, her strength. But now, they felt like ghosts, haunting her with their promises of what could be. Emre's heart raced as he spotted her, the flicker of hope igniting within him. Zeynep, he called, his voice barely breaking through the cacophony around them. A moment stretched, electric and fragile, and he could see the shadows dancing in her eyes, a mixture of fear, defiance, and something he longed to understand. "We can't let them catch you," he said, urgency pouring from him like a river breaking its dam. But she was not afraid of the soldiers, she was terrified of losing herself in a world that would not allow her to be free. "Emre, I can't go back to being just a whisper," she replied, desperation clawing at her throat. "I will be heard. I will be a voice for those silenced." Her words hung in the air, a challenge that resonated with the intensity of her heart. The soldiers' laughter grew louder, their shadows lengthening as they closed in. Each step echoed in Zeynep's chest like a drumbeat of impending doom. "What do we do?" Emre's voice wavered, filled with a mixture of dread and fierce determination. "We face them," she replied, her tone unyielding. "We face them together." And in that moment, the world around them blurred, collapsing into a singularity where only they existed. Time froze, a heartbeat suspended in the chaos of life. Zeynep took a step forward, fueled by the fire of her convictions, her dreams roaring like a wildfire within her. She was not just a girl in a city of men, she was a force of nature, a tempest ready to unleash her fury. "Stand with me," she urged, and Emre felt the weight of her gaze, piercing through the veil of doubt that had clouded his mind. He could see it clearly now, the path before them was fraught with uncertainty, but it was a path worth taking. Their hearts beat as one, pulsing with the rhythm of revolution. The soldiers emerged from the shadows, their faces lit by the flickering street lamps, the darkness clawing at their edges like hungry wolves. But Zeynep stood firm, her heart a storm, her spirit unbroken. "We are the change," she shouted, her voice resonating against the walls of the city, echoing back like a promise. "We are the voices that will not be silenced." Time resumed its march, a chaotic frenzy sweeping through the streets. Emre found himself at her side, their hands clasped tightly, an unspoken vow of solidarity. Together, they faced the soldiers, their fears dissolving in the bright light of hope. The world was shifting, and they were at the forefront, standing tall amidst the tides of change. The confrontation was imminent, the air thick with tension, but in that moment, Zeynep and Emre felt invincible. They were no longer just individuals, they were part of a larger story, a narrative of rebellion that would echo through the ages. The age of reform was at their doorstep, and they were ready to step through, the city alive with the pulse of transformation. The echoes of history whispered around them as they took that first step into the unknown, the shadows of yesterday giving way to the bright light of tomorrow. Amid the dimly lit streets of Constantinople, the air crackled with tension, a palpable electric hum that coursed through the city as shadows danced against ancient stone walls. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest like a war drum, every heartbeat echoing the cries of a nation teetering on the brink of upheaval. The scent of smoke mixed with the briny tang of the Bosphorus, as if the sea itself wept for a world on the cusp of change. Faces flickered in and out of the dim glow of lanterns, fear, hope, and desperation mingling in the depths of their eyes. This was not merely a moment in history, it was the press of 1,000 dreams colliding with the weight of 1,000 fears. I remember the sound, the sharp crack of gunfire that shattered the stillness of night, the echo ringing through the narrow streets like a sinister herald of chaos. It was the moment when the young Turks, fervent and unyielding, burst forth from the shadows, igniting a revolution that would reshape the very fabric of an empire. Their fervor was intoxicating, a heady mix of nationalism and the yearning for freedom. But with fervor came conflict, and within this storm of ideals stood three souls, each battling their own demons as they navigated the tempest. Melek had always been the firebrand, her spirit a tempestuous blaze in a world dimmed by oppression. I can still see her now, standing in the square, hair wild and unrestrained like a banner waving defiantly against the winds of tyranny. Her voice, sharp and piercing, called to the crowd, spilling forth a fierce rallying cry that sent shivers down my spine. "Freedom," she shouted, the word reverberating off the cobblestones, trembling with urgency. Yet behind her fierce gaze lay a heart burdened by loss, a father who had vanished into the shadows of night, swallowed whole by a regime that silenced dissent with ruthless hands. And beside her stood Asim, a man torn between loyalty and love. He had once worn the uniform of the empire, had taken pride in its antiquated glory, standing guard over the past like a dutiful sentinel. But that pride now felt like chains, heavy and suffocating. I caught the glimmer of his tears in the flickering light as he wrestled with his conscience, grappling with the sacred duty to protect a crumbling empire and the undeniable call to fight for a future he could hardly envision. Could he betray his past for the promise of a new dawn? The weight of his decision hung in the air, thick and choking, a ghost that haunted every step he took toward the gathering storm. Then there was Ece, a woman ever at the crossroads of hope and despair, playing the delicate strings of fate with trembling fingers. She had dreams that soared higher than the minarets piercing the twilight sky but felt the ground beneath her feet shift with every tremor of conflict. In her heart lived a longing as vast as the ocean, but it was punctured by the reality of shattered dreams, the loss of her brother to the very forces that she now stood against. The echoes of his laughter haunted the corners of her mind, a bittersweet reminder that freedom often came with a price. As the crowd surged forward, a tide of humanity driven by a collective heartbeat, I felt the air thicken with anticipation. Every face was a reflection of everyone's fear and desire, a tapestry woven from threads of anguish and hope. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that seemed to taunt our resolve, whispering secrets of what lay ahead. The sky was an angry canvas, bruised and smoldering, promising a storm that might wash away the old and usher in a new order. "Melek!" I screamed, my voice straining against the cacophony, but she was lost in the fervor, eyes alight with an unquenchable fire. "Melek, it's dangerous!" The air was electric, alive with potential, yet it shimmered with the threat of imminent violence. And still, she pushed forward, driven by a force beyond reckoning. "Freedom is worth the risk," she cried, her words igniting the crowd into a frenzy. I felt the swell of bodies push against me, a living wave of fervor and fear, threatening to carry me away. This was more than a moment, it was a collision of souls, a reckoning years in the making. Asim reached for her, desperation clawing at his throat. "You don't have to do this alone." His voice was a raw plea, a fissure in the chaos, but it was drowned in the roar of the crowd. A fire raged in Melek's eyes, a flame that could not be extinguished by his words. "I won't turn back," she shouted, each syllable a defiance that pierced the night. The tension snapped like a taut string, and chaos erupted. The first clash, a surge of violence, sent shockwaves through the gathered throng. Shouts of anger and fear filled the air, mingling with the acrid scent of smoke and blood. I felt myself drawn into the maelstrom, heart racing, breath quickening, This was the moment we had all feared, the moment we had all hoped for. ECE fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she watched the chaos unfold. "Is this freedom?" she cried, the question a hollow echo in the throbbing night, as if the cosmos itself held its breath. And in that moment, the stark reality of our dream crashed down upon us. The path to liberation was littered with the wreckage of our past. The clock ticked on mercilessly, counting down to an unknown reckoning, each second thick with the weight of unfulfilled dreams and lost loves. I felt the shadows deepen, stretching out as if to swallow us whole. But amid the darkness, a flicker of light remained, the hope that this storm, the chaos, the violence, the heartbreak, might lead to a dawn where dreams could flourish anew. And as the night deepened and the revolution raged on, I realized that we were all bound together in this struggle, our fates intertwined in a dance of shadows and light. The echoes of our cries filled the air, mingling with the smoke of burning dreams, our hearts beating as one, forging a new path through the ruins of the old. Time slowed, stretched into infinity, caught between despair and hope, the cosmos watching, waiting, holding its breath in the face of change. The night was thick with uncertainty, the air crackling with an electric tension that could shatter at any moment. I stood at the edge of what was once a vibrant town square, now reduced to shadows and echoes. The moon hung high, an indifferent witness to the chaos unfurling around me. I could hear the distant rumble of artillery, a grim reminder that peace was a fragile illusion, teetering on the brink of obliteration. I remember the first scream, piercing through the silence like a knife through flesh. It came from a woman, a mother, I think, her face contorted in terror as she clutched her child to her chest. The boy's wide eyes mirrored the horror of the world crashing in on us. I could almost taste the salt of her tears mingling with the dust that choked the air. Instinctively, I surged forward, my heart pumping adrenaline, but doubt clawed at my insides. What could I do? A mere observer, a witness to calamity, paralyzed by the enormity of it all. Luca was there, too, my best friend, my brother in arms. He was always the brave one, quick to leap into the fray. "We can't let fear rule us," he shouted, his voice booming over the cacophony. But as he charged forward, I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a shadow of something deeper, something that haunted him. It was a fear not just for himself, but for everyone, his mother, his sister, the countless lives that hung in the balance. And then there was Myra, a nurse who had tended to the wounded in our small makeshift clinic. Her hands were stained with blood, both the innocent and the guilty. She had a softness about her, a gentle spirit that the war had hardened but could never entirely break. "We can't let them take our home," she pleaded with a ferocity that was both beautiful and terrifying. I saw the fire in her eyes, the desperation clinging to her words like smoke. But in that moment, I also saw the flickering light of hope dimming beneath the weight of despair. I remember the clock tower, its hands frozen in time. It was as if the universe itself had conspired to halt time, to allow us to linger in this suffocating moment. The shadows stretched long and twisted, playing tricks on my mind. I could almost hear the whispers of ghosts past, echoing in the crumbling facades. What was it all for, they seemed to ask. What have we lost? Sirens wailed in the distance, a mournful song that wrapped around us like a shroud. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and fear, the kind that clings to your skin, burrowing deep into your memory. I looked at Luca, his face set in determination, but his eyes betrayed him, flickering like the dying embers of a fire. "We can't run," he said, but I saw the hesitation in his stance. He was questioning everything, just as I was. I remember the first time he took my hand and promised we would face the darkness together. But this darkness felt different, all-consuming, a void that threatened to swallow us whole. The weight of our shared history pressed down on us, the memories of laughter and camaraderie now twisted into something grotesque. Did we even know who we were anymore? Myra's voice cut through the fog of despair. "We must move. We must save those we can." She was a light in this suffocating darkness, urging us to action. But how do you save a world that seems hell-bent on destruction? I swallowed hard, the taste of fear bitter on my tongue. I saw families fleeing, shadows of their former selves, grasping at dreams that had just crumbled like brittle leaves underfoot. Suddenly, the ground shook beneath us, a rumble that felt like the very earth screaming. It jolted me from my thoughts, and in that instant, I felt time splinter. I watched as chaos erupted, people scattering, the remnants of civilization fraying at the seams. Luca grabbed my arm, his grip a lifeline. "We need to go," he shouted, his voice cutting through the roar of chaos. But where? Where was safe in a land painted with the colors of despair? The streets were alive with the cries of the lost, the echoes of dreams torn asunder. I remember the fear creeping in, clawing at my insides like a feral beast. I thought of my family, my home, all that I held dear, slipping through my fingers like sand. The city that once thrived with laughter, with stories spun under the stars, was now nothing more than a graveyard of memories. I saw the remnants of a cafe we used to frequent, its windows shattered, its heart stolen. It bled echoes of lost conversations and forgotten promises. I felt the weight of nostalgia mixing with the sharp pang of loss. "They took everything," I whispered, the reality crashing in, suffocating. As we stumbled through the wreckage, I could feel the pulse of desperation, thrumming beneath the surface like a drum. Myra, ever the healer, turned to help a wounded soldier, her hands deft despite the trembling. "Stay with us," she urged him, but the light in his eyes faded, the harsh reality of war claiming yet another soul. I wanted to scream, to rage against the cruelty that had bound us in this nightmare, but instead, I felt my heart shatter into 1,000 pieces, echoing the loss that surrounded us. I remember the night stretching on, a never-ending abyss filled with specters of memories past and promises broken. It was then I understood, fear, loss, and love were intertwined like the roots of ancient trees, growing stronger in the face of adversity, yet fragile, always fragile. The world spun on, oblivious to our cries. The war raged on, unrelenting, as we stumbled into darkness, chasing the ghosts of what once was. The echoes of our laughter faded into the night, consumed by the shadows, leaving behind only the haunting refrain of despair. And as the echoes of artillery roared once more, I felt time slip away, like water through clenched fists. We were fragments of ourselves, scattered across the battlefield of existence, desperate to hold onto the shards of what remained, even as the world around us crumbled. We were lost, but perhaps in our loss, we would find the essence of who we were meant to be. The darkness beckoned, but we were not done fighting. Not yet. The earth trembles beneath the weight of heavy artillery, a demonic rumble that reverberates through the heart of the crumbling Ottoman Empire. The scent of gunpowder hangs thick in the air, mingling with the acrid smoke that chokes the life from the sky. It is 1915, and we find ourselves in the city of Gallipoli, where dreams of glory have turned to a graveyard of ambition and despair. I can't tell where the sound of gunfire ends, and the cries begin, a cacophony that shatters the fragile balance of existence. I remember the cold kiss of steel against skin. Yasin, a boy turned man too quickly, stands with a rifle clutched in hands that tremble as if the weapon were a living thing, hungry for blood. His eyes, once bright with the spark of hope, now mirror the lifeless grey of the fog rolling over the battlefield, that thick, suffocating shroud that steals the warmth of life. He grips the rifle tighter, the metal biting into his palms, as if it were a lifeline. But all he feels is the weight of 1,000 ghosts pressing down on him, whispering secrets of sacrifice and sorrow. His heart is a drum, pounding a rhythm of dread that drowns out the thunderous explosions around him. Behind him stands Elif, his sister, who has wandered into this hellish landscape seeking her brother, a desperate act that fills her with both fear and love. She had once danced in the sun, her laughter spilling like jewels across their modest home. Now, the shadows stretch long, twisting into grotesque figures that mock her innocence. Yasin, she calls, her voice slicing through the chaos, a sharp blade of hope in a world crumbling to dust. But the sound is swallowed by the roar of cannons, and she feels her heart fracture, one shard for every moment that passes without his reply. The ground is littered with memories, fragments of laughter turned to groans, the dreams of a united empire crumbling like the very walls that encase it. The Ottoman Empire, once a sprawling tapestry of cultures and colors, now unravels thread by tenuous thread. Each battle fought is a painful reminder of a past that slips away like sands through fingers, the clock ticking down to an uncertain future. Yasin turns, desperation igniting his spirit. Elif! You shouldn't be here. His voice breaks, raw like the wounds that mar his skin. It's not safe. But safety is a luxury brandished by those far removed from the horrors of war. She strides forward, the ground a living thing beneath her feet, vibrating with the pulse of the dying world. You are my brother. I will not leave you. But the war is indifferent to their bond. It is a monster, insatiable and cruel, gnawing at the fabric of family and kinship. In that moment, against the backdrop of destruction, their love burns bright, a flicker of light in a darkness that threatens to consume them whole. The shadows grow longer, the sky deepening to a bruised indigo as night swallows the remnants of the day. Where there were once dreams of unity, now linger the specters of betrayal. The empire, a behemoth, turns upon itself, the young Turk's promise for reform now a twisted reality of division. All around, whispers coil through the air, tales of dissent and disillusionment. The ghosts of the past sidle up alongside Yasin and Elif, their presence felt in every heartbeat, a haunting reminder of the choices made, the paths not taken. Do you remember the stories, Yasin? Elif asks, her voice barely more than a whisper, wrapped in despair. The ones our father told us by the fire? The heroes, the victories. She pauses, the weight of longing heavy on her chest. What have we become? He shakes his head, anger rising like bile in his throat. Those were just stories, Elif. This is real. People are dying. And yet, in the deepest recesses of his heart, he can't help but remember the warmth of their father's voice, the tales spun so beautifully that they felt almost tangible. But innocence can be a cruel illusion. The war has stripped that away, exposing raw wounds that bleed bitterness and hopelessness. The echoes of artillery crackle through the night as the moon hangs like an indifferent sentinel. It shines down upon the battlefield, illuminating the faces of the fallen, young men, once filled with dreams, now husks of what they once were. Yasin's heart aches for them, for the lives snuffed out before they could truly begin to live. He feels the weight of responsibility crush him, and his thoughts spiral wildly. If he survives this, what will remain? What kind of world will he return to? Yasin! Elif's voice breaks through the fog of despair. We must leave. But he cannot, will not move. The battlefield is a part of him now, an extension of his very soul entwined with the cries of the dying and the dreams of the living. He is tethered to this moment, the echoes of history wrapping around him like a noose. Can you not see? He shouts, desperation bubbling over into raw fury. We fight for our people. For our future. But in the depths of his heart, he knows this fight is not for glory, it is a desperate struggle for survival, a fight against a tide that threatens to drown them all. The Ottoman Empire, once a grand tapestry, is now fraying at the edges, and they stand amidst the unraveling threads, caught in the storm of its fate. In that chaotic swirl of courage and despair, love and sacrifice, time becomes a ghost, spinning in endless loops, the past and present colliding in a cacophony of sound and silence. The clock ticks on, but the future is uncertain, a dark void stretching endlessly before them. And as the night deepens, with shadows merging and morphing into new shapes, the weight of their reality settles like a shroud around their shoulders. The battle is not just against the enemy, it is against the very fabric of their existence, a fight for identity, for what it means to belong. They are caught in the throes of war's madness, where dreams and nightmares dance hand in hand, swirling in a tempest of chaos. I remember, Elif whispers, a single tear tracing a path down her dirt-streaked cheek. I remember how we used to dream. And in that moment, suspended between the past and the impending storm, the suffocating silence holds the promise of both hope and despair, a chilling reminder of what is at stake. They stand on the precipice of fate, the horizon dark and foreboding, as the echoes of history linger like ghosts in the night. In the world of war, where love is a battle and hope a cruel joke, they are left with only each other, their hearts entwined in an unbreakable bond. The clock ticks on, as does the haunting ache of uncertainty. A door slams somewhere in the shadowy recesses of a crumbling house, the sound echoing like a gunshot, ricocheting through the air thick with dread. Darkness encroaches, pregnant with silence, as the wind whispers secrets of what's to come. I stand paralyzed, my heart pounding, a drumbeat of fear that thrums against my ribs, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of life, of the ever-looming specter of death. I remember my mother's hands, calloused but gentle, weaving tales of our ancestors as I sat on the wooden floor, wide-eyed and enchanted. "We are the children of a rich history," she'd say, her voice a soft lullaby in the chaos of our world. I would nod, believing that history was simply a treasure chest of stories to share and pass on, not realizing that those stories held shadows that clung to the edges of our existence, waiting to consume us. Then, there was Aram, my younger brother, with his bright, curious eyes and an insatiable hunger for adventure. He was the light that illuminated our dim existence, the laughter that pierced the gloom. But that light flickered, dimmed by the weight of an unbearable reality. "Why do they want us gone?" he once asked, his voice trembling, echoing in the stillness, unraveling the thin veil of innocence he wore. The question hung between us like a noose, tightening with each passing moment, and I could only gaze at him, my own fear mirrored in his wide eyes. The world outside raged with ignorance and hate, and all I could muster was a hollow reassurance, a promise that felt more like a lie. Each day unfolded like a grim chapter, the fabric of our lives fraying at the edges. I remember the clang of metal against metal, the whispers of our neighbors morphing into frantic cries. Each sound was a new nail in the coffin of our existence, a premonition. I felt it creeping closer, the suffocating darkness, like the ominous shadow of a storm looming over the horizon, threatening to swallow us whole. Then came the knock, a sharp, cruel sound that shattered the brittle peace in our home. The door, once a symbol of safety, creaked open to reveal figures cloaked in authority and malice, their faces void of compassion, their eyes cold and empty. Aram clutched my hand, his little fingers trembling as they sought refuge in my palm. I felt his breath, shallow and quick, as he pressed against me, seeking warmth, seeking hope. "They can't take us," I said, but even as the words escaped my lips, I felt the tremor of doubt. History has a way of repeating itself, a vicious cycle of pain and despair, but in that moment, all I could think of was the warmth of my mother's embrace, her whispered lullabies drowning out the chaos that threatened to consume us. I wanted to believe that love would shield us, that our heritage would act as a fortress. But reality was a merciless beast, gnashing its teeth, eager to rend us apart. The figures stepped into our home, their presence ominous and suffocating. My heart raced, an uneven rhythm of dread and defiance. They barked orders, their words slicing through the air like knives, sharp and unforgiving. Fear wrapped around us like a vice, squeezing tighter as we were demanded to move, to leave everything behind. "What will happen to us?" Aram's voice quivered, a fragile echo, a haunting refrain that clawed at my heart. I remember the city, once vibrant and teeming with life, now cloaked in despair. Shadows danced across the cobblestones, where laughter used to echo, where children played and mothers smiled. Those scenes felt like ghosts now, memories haunting the corners of my mind, flickering like dying embers. The weight of history pressed down, thick and suffocating, a fog that blurred the line between past and present. But the past had teeth, and it gnawed at our heels. Our neighbors, once friends, turned their backs. They buried their heads in the sands of indifference, choosing to ignore the atrocities unfolding around them. I could feel the betrayal slicing through me, a sharp blade that cut deeper with every passing day. I wanted to scream, to shake them awake from their slumber of ignorance, but my voice felt small amidst the roaring tide of hatred. As we were herded away, the air thick with the stench of fear, I caught a glimpse of the world outside our bubble, a world that no longer recognized us. I saw the faces twisted with hatred, the eyes that burned with an insatiable hunger for our destruction. My heart ached for the memories, for the laughter that had filled our home, the stories of resilience that had been passed down through generations. Yet, in that darkness, there remained a flicker of defiance. A spark ignited within me, a realization that our stories could not be erased. They were woven into the very fabric of humanity, a testament to our existence, to our endurance. Aram squeezed my hand tighter, grounding me in that moment, anchoring me against the storm that threatened to sweep us away. I remember the whispered prayers of my mother, the way she held her head high even when the world around her crumbled. "We will survive," she'd say, her voice unwavering, a beacon of hope amidst the tempest. I clung to that belief, even as the night closed in, even as the darkness threatened to suffocate us whole. But time, that relentless thief, marched on, dragging us deeper into the abyss. Each second felt like an eternity, each heartbeat echoing the cry of our ancestors, their pain a reminder that we were not alone. We would carry their stories forward, even in silence, even amidst the shadows. And as the night stretched on, as fear wrapped around us like a shroud, I held on to that thread of hope, because in the depths of despair, hope flickers like a candle, refusing to be extinguished. The world may have turned its back, but we would remember. We would be the guardians of our history, the voices of those who had been silenced, the bearers of a truth too painful to forget. I remember the night when it all changed, the enveloping darkness, the searing pain of loss, and the undying resolve to rise from the ashes. It was a moment that would echo through time, a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who dared to hope in a world that sought to bury them. And as I stand on the precipice of that darkness, I realize this is only the beginning. The echoes of history pulse through my veins, urging me forward into the unknown, into a future where our stories will live on, unyielding and fierce, a reminder that we will not be forgotten. The clock ticks on, relentless, but we will endure. We will be the threads that weave the fabric of a new tomorrow, a tomorrow born from the ashes of our past. The echo of gunfire reverberates through the darkened streets of Istanbul, a city caught in a storm of despair. Buildings tremble, shadows flicker against the crumbling walls, and the air hangs heavy with smoke and the acrid scent of fear. I stand there, in that haunting twilight, clutching a tattered letter in my hands, the ink blurred, like my resolve. It's 1920, and I remember, oh, how I remember, the moment when the world began to fracture. Nadia, her eyes as fierce as the fires that lick the horizon, moves through the chaos with purpose. She's a ghost in this nightmare, a woman driven by the memory of her fallen brother, a soldier whose blood now stains the very ground we walk upon. She's haunted, a sculpture of anguish and defiance, and I see her steel against the storm. We can't let them take our home, she says, her voice like a blade cutting through the din but not without a fight. I can feel my heart racing, a wild drumbeat that matches the chaos surrounding us. But her fire ignites something within me, something that wishes to resist. I want to believe, to stand with her against the tide, yet doubts gnaw at my insides. How can we fight against the treaties that promise peace? How can we rise when betrayal is the air we breathe? I remember the faces of those who've already lost, their eyes hollow, their dreams ground to dust underfoot. Then there's Arif, standing at the edge of the shadows, his silhouette drawn tight against the flickering lamplight. He's a thinker, a poet caught in this nightmare, where words become weapons, but hope feels like a distant star. Nadia, he whispers, his voice trembling with the weight of unspoken fears. What if surrender is our only way to survive? His eyes betray him, glistening with tears unspilled, and I know he wrestles with his own demons, fear of loss, fear of failure, fear of death. Nadia, listen, he implores, stepping closer, but she turns away, an iron wall built from her grief. Survive? Is that what we've been reduced to? We are more than shadows. We are memories, we are screams echoing in the silence. The air thickens with tension, each word a thread of desperation. I watch as the two of them spiral around one another, dancing on the edge of a knife. Their voices rise and fall like the tide, crashing, retreating, colliding. I feel my own heartbeat in my throat, a cacophony of longing and dread. The Treaty of Sèvres looms over us like a spectre, a death sentence for our dreams, and I remember the promises spoken in hushed tones, the whispers of betrayal that curl like smoke around us. As night falls, the city transforms into a graveyard of hopes. Shadows stretch, weaving through the alleys, a tapestry of despair woven with the cries of a nation clutching its last breath. I close my eyes, and I remember the dreams I had before the world turned upside down, dreams of laughter, of love, of freedom. But now, the air is thick with ghosts, and each moment feels like a countdown to oblivion. Do you know what it means to have nothing left? Nadia's voice cuts through the silence, raw and fierce. I've seen my people crushed under the weight of empires. Will you stand with me, or will you let them erase us? Arif looks at her, and in that gaze, I see the crumbling walls of his heart. But what can we do? These treaties bind our hands. Resistance will only bring more bloodshed. The fear within him is palpable, coiling tightly around his thoughts like a serpent. Better to die fighting than to live in chains, she cries, her spirit aflame. We owe it to those who have fallen, to rise from the ashes and claim our right to exist. A silence, heavy, suffocating, falls between them. In that moment, time stretches, a taut string about to snap. I feel the weight of history pressing down upon us, the cries of ancestors echoing in the dark. The ghosts of the past linger like shadows, and they demand to be heard. I see their faces in my mind, fear, anguish, but also a flicker of defiance. The city breathes around us, a living entity, and I can almost hear the echoes of 1,000 hearts beating in synchronicity. I remember the taste of hope, bitter yet intoxicating, it mingles with the smoke, and I find myself stepping forward. Nadia, Arif, we can't let them silence us. We have to make them listen. And suddenly, the moment shatters. The sound of boots marching, of shouts and commands, pierces the air like a knife. The soldiers are coming, the harbingers of loss. I feel my heart racing, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The world narrows down to this moment, this choice. Run! Nadia shouts, her voice a clarion call, and we surge forward, our legs pumping, hearts pounding against the walls of destiny. We tear through the streets, a trio of souls entwined by fate, propelled by fury and fear. The night becomes a canvas, painted with our breath and desperation. As we sprint through the chaos, I glance back and see the flickering lights of hope extinguishing one by one, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. The Treaty of Sèvres looms, an indelible mark on our future, and I realize that we are not just fighting for our lives but for the very essence of who we are. Moments blur, the boundaries of time twisting around us, and I remember, the world is vast, yet in this chaos, we are bound by the threads of our shared agony. I feel the weight of history crushing down upon us, and I wonder, what will we become when the dust settles? The city shivers beneath our feet, and in that terrifying moment, I know that this is only the beginning. The night is long, and the battles are far from over. As dawn approaches, we carry our scars like badges, reminders of the fight to come. And the echoes of our voices, our dreams, our defiance, those will remain, reverberating across the ages, long after the treaties are signed. This is not an end. No, it is merely the opening line of a story yet to unfold, a tale of resilience, of heartbreak, of the fierce desire to be more than shadows against a crumbling world. We will rise, we will scream, and we will be heard. In the depths of despair, we will find our strength. And as we race toward the unknown, we'll carry the weight of our dreams, the flickering torch of hope guiding us ever onward. The rifle clanged against the floor with a sound like a shattered dream, echoing through the dimly lit room, a stark reminder of what was lost and what was still at stake. I remember the feel of the cold, hard floor beneath my palms as I crouched low, peering through the cracks in the dilapidated door. The air was thick with dust and despair, each particle a ghost of the past, swirling around us like the memories of an empire in its death throes. Outside, chaos reigned, the cries of the wounded mingled with the relentless thunder of gunfire, punctuating the stillness of what had once been a proud nation. I could hear my brother's ragged breaths beside me. Kamal, his heart, a tempest of fear and resolve, mirrored my own. We were bound by blood, tied not just by ties of family but by the weight of a nation crumbling around us. His eyes, usually a sea of calm, were now stormy, flickering with the shadows of doubt and fierce determination. We fight for their future, for our right to exist, he whispered, every word a battle cry reverberating in the hollow chamber of my chest. The passion in his voice ignited something within me, a flicker of hope, a fragile flame in the dark night of our despair. But what future awaited us? I glanced out, the streets once vibrant with the laughter of children, now painted in hues of crimson and chaos. I remembered walking down those avenues, the sun kissing our faces, the scent of spices weaving through the air, life bursting at the seams. It felt like a distant memory, an echo of what once was, now tainted by the weight of impending doom. The ghosts of our ancestors seemed to beckon from the shadows, urging us to remember our place in history. The remnants of an empire sprawled like a dying beast, clinging to the last threads of a once glorious past. Do you think they will forgive us? I asked, the question slipping from my lips almost involuntarily. Forgiveness, a word so heavy, laden with the burdens of choices unmade, and lives shattered. Kemal paused, his gaze turning inward, lost in the abyss of his thoughts. Forgiveness? They will remember, yes. But it is not their forgiveness we seek, it is our redemption. We are the architects of our destiny. He took a step forward, a soldier in the battlefield of our hearts, and in that moment, he became more than just my brother. He transformed into a beacon of defiance against the despair that threatened to consume us. As the first light of dawn broke through the grime-crusted window, a surreal tranquility enveloped the air. It was the calm before a storm, an eerie silence that whispered secrets of fate and bravery. I remembered my mother's stories, the tales of heroes who stood against tyranny, who whispered to the winds of change. They seemed like dreams now, fragments of a time when a future was not just a ghost haunting the corners of our minds. But memories have a way of reshaping themselves, morphing into something sharper, something bitter. As the sun rose, illuminating the remnants of our city, I felt the pulse of history thrumming beneath my feet, each beat a reminder of the struggle that lay ahead. The world outside was alive with the sounds of conflict, the cries of the wounded, the shouts of those rallying for freedom were a chorus of desperation and hope. It was a cacophony that resonated with every heartbeat, a melody of rebellion that thrummed through the veins of our people. And then there was Elif, her spirit a fierce flame in the darkest of nights. I remember her laughter, ringing like chimes in the wind, a sound that could drown out the horrors of war. She was a force of nature, a warrior clad not in armor but in dreams and unyielding spirit. She was fighting, not just for the survival of our nation but for herself, a woman with dreams, aspirations, and a depth of sorrow that belied her youth. You and I, we are the revolution, she had declared only days ago, a fire in her eyes that ignited the hearts of those around her. In her presence, I felt invincible, but the weight of our reality was a chain around my heart. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were caught in a web of fate, a surreal dance with destiny. Each decision we made felt like a thread being pulled tight, stretching, threatening to snap at any moment. The battlefront lay ahead, and with it, the possibility of loss. I could see it in Kemal's eyes as he prepared for what was to come, a flicker of fear tempered by fierce resolve. If we fall together, he said, a promise etched in the very marrow of our beings. And so we moved, shadows drifting into the light of conflict, a family entwined in the embrace of war, each step heavier than the last. The streets that had once been our playground were now a battleground, each corner a reminder of the fragility of life. I felt the weight of the past pressing against my shoulders, ghosts whispering tales of honor, betrayal, and the haunting specter of loss. In the distance, the horizon pulsed with the fiery glow of conflict, a tapestry woven with the threads of hope and despair. In that moment, as I stood on the precipice of an uncertain tomorrow, I understood that the echoes of our choices would reverberate through time. We were not just fighting for ourselves, we were fighting for every soul that had ever walked these streets, for every dream that had flourished under the sun, now threatened by the shadows of hatred and division. With each heartbeat, a silent prayer echoed in my heart, may we find the strength to create a future worthy of our sacrifices. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the ground, I held onto that prayer tightly. The world was vast, impossibly intricate, but as long as we stood together, I believed fiercely that we could carve out a place for ourselves amidst the ruins of an empire, standing firm against the tide of history, ready to embrace whatever came next. The battle was not just for survival, it was a fight for our very souls, for a new dawn to rise above the ashes of the past, for a republic where hope could flourish once more. The night was dark, but our spirits burned bright, a constellation of dreams flickering across the vast expanse of the unknown. The sound of gunfire shattered the stillness of the night, a cacophony of chaos that echoed through the narrow streets of Izmir, each shot a desperate plea for freedom. People ran, feet pounding against cobblestone as shadows danced under flickering lanterns, a vivid, frantic, alive. I remember the whiff of gunpowder, acrid and lingering, curling through the air like a ghost that refused to leave. The fire of rebellion burned bright in our hearts, igniting a passion that would reshape a nation. Mustafa, fierce and unyielding, stood amidst the storm, a beacon of resilience. His eyes, dark pools of determination, saw beyond the turmoil, glimpsing the promise of a new dawn. A leader forged in the crucible of war, he was not untouched by grief, his past riddled with scars, his present a battlefield. "We must stand, we must fight," he roared, a rallying cry that sliced through despair. But behind the bravado lay a man grappling with the weight of his dreams, the shadows of his own doubts creeping like phantoms. His heart thudded in his chest, warring against the fear that maybe, just maybe, he wasn't enough. Beside him, a woman named Zeynep, strong yet vulnerable, felt the tremors of the city quake under the pressure of change. She clutched her child, a tiny bundle of hope nestled against her, a flickering candle in the storm of uncertainty. "Mustafa, what do we do? What if this leads us to ruin?" Her voice trembled, a muted whisper against the backdrop of a revolution. Zeynep had lost too much, the spectre of despair haunted her every step, reminding her of the loved one she had buried amidst the ashes of conflict. Yet, she stood resolute. "I remember the laughter of my mother," she said, her voice breaking. "I remember the stories of a Turkey that could rise anew." As night unfurled its cloak, Istanbul sprawled beneath them like a restless beast, the air thick with tension. Time slipped through their fingers, an hour felt like a lifetime, an eternity morphed into a heartbeat. Mustafa felt a surge of purpose, igniting a fire deep within. He thought of the cries of the people, dreams unspoken yet fervent, wishes woven into the fabric of their struggle. "We are not merely fighting for land. We are reclaiming our souls," he shouted, the fervor in his voice charging the air like a crackling bolt of lightning. Zeynep stared into the distance, the skyline a jagged silhouette against the moonlit sky. The shadows whispered secrets of late-night conversations, of promises made under starry nights, unity, freedom, a future. But would it be enough? She felt the weight of history pressing down on her, every choice reverberating through time, every step a ripple in the unfolding narrative of their lives. But at what cost? She gasped, the question hanging in the air, heavy with dread. The ghosts of the past danced around her, taunting her with memories of loss, of a future uncertain. Night deepened like a wound, and the tension coiled tighter, suffocating, electric. The city was alive, teeming with spirits both hopeful and haunted. Bodies moved through the streets, carrying banners of defiance, each fluttering fabric a testament to dreams that dared to stretch beyond the horizon. I remember the sounds, the chanting, the heartbeat of a nation rising from the ashes of despair. Then came the moment, the thunderous clash of ideals, the collision of hopes, when Mustafa faced the gathering storm of dissent. A group of men, faces hardened by fear and anger, confronted him. "You speak of change, yet what have you to offer?" Words, one spat, venom spitting from his lips. The challenge hung in the air, a gauntlet thrown down, and there it was, an electric pulse of animosity that crackled like fire dancing in the night. Mustafa stepped forward, his heart pounding, blood roaring in his ears. Words, yes. But words born from the hearts of our people. A promise to build, to rise. I will not falter. The resolve in his voice struck like a hammer on an anvil, igniting the hearts of those who stood behind him, Zeynep among them, her spirit alight with conviction. A storm was brewing, and with it came a rush of raw emotion, spiraling through the air, thick with longing and grief. Zeynep watched as the men's faces softened, the fire of anger flickering. "Believe in this, in us," she whispered under her breath, the words a prayer, a plea to the universe for understanding, for strength. But the shadows had not vanished, they lingered, coiling around her like an old friend, reminding her of losses yet to be grieved. Behind Mustafa, the city held its breath, teetering on the precipice of transformation. It was a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat away from calamity or success. The tension was palpable, a dark cloud looming over the crowd, threatening to burst forth. "I remember," Zeynep said softly, her hands trembling, "the day my father spoke of a Turkey where we could walk without fear. Where our children could laugh freely." Her voice cracked, the weight of those memories cascading like a waterfall, each drop a piece of her heart. Mustafa turned, his gaze piercing, searching for her amidst the chaos. He felt her pain, the shared burden of their fractured past. "Then let us build it together, Zeynep. Let us rise from these ashes, stronger, united." His words ignited a flicker of hope in the crowd, a spark that threatened to catch flame. In that moment, time seemed to warp and bend, the air electric, crackling with the possibilities of change. And as the sun began to creep over the horizon, casting a golden hue over the chaos, the realization swept through them. This was not just a battle, it was a rebirth, a chance to sculpt a new identity from the raw clay of their history. But questions lingered in the shadows. Would they heal the scars of the past? Would the ghosts of lost dreams allow them to forge ahead? As dawn broke, the light revealed a world trembling on the edge of something magnificent and terrifying. The fight had only just begun, but hope flickered amidst the darkness, a fragile yet fierce glow that promised a future worth fighting for. And so they stood, three souls intertwined in this beautiful, chaotic dance of existence, teetering between fear and hope, loss and renewal, shadows and light, a timeless struggle that would echo through the ages, their stories woven into the very fabric of what would become modern Turkey. As the city awakened, they took their first steps into a new world, hearts pounding, ready to face whatever came next. The air is thick with smoke, a swirling fog that clings to the skin. I can hear the distant cries of the city, a haunting melody of despair and hope, bleeding into the night. Shadows dance under the flickering torches, illuminating faces twisted by fear, anger, and desperation. In the heart of the chaos, a figure stands defiant, Zeynep, her dark hair whipping around her face like a storm. Her heart races, each beat a soldier marching toward an unseen battlefield. Today is not just another day, it is a reckoning. She remembers her father's stories, the way he spoke of the empire, a tapestry woven with silk and blood, a legacy that sprawls across the earth like a restless ghost. The Ottoman Empire, he had said, was not just a political machine, it was a living entity, pulsating with life, culture, and the weight of history. But as she stands here, cradling a broken world in her hands, she can't help but feel the fracture beneath the surface. And then there's Emre, his eyes a stormy sea of doubt and longing. They had grown up together, their laughter echoing through the cobbled streets of Istanbul, a city that thrived on contradictions. He is torn, caught between the old ways and the new dawn. Caught between love and duty. Zeynep, he pleads, desperation clawing at his voice, they'll come for us. We can't hold this ground forever. His words hang heavy in the air, yet something in his heart yearns to stay, to fight. Above them, the stars twinkle like distant dreams, indifferent to the struggles of mortals below. They have watched kingdoms rise and fall, civilizations bloom and wither like blossoms in winter. Zeynep's thoughts drift back to the tales of conquest, the grandeur of sultans who turned empires into legends, who painted the world with strokes of elegance and tyranny alike. She was raised on stories, yet here she stands, a footnote in history, a mere flicker in the grand drama of time. Do you remember, she asks, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The nights we dreamed of adventure, of becoming something greater. We were going to write our own stories. Emre's mouth twists into a bitter smile, the kind that breaks the heart rather than mends it. And now, he murmurs, our story is written in blood and ash. They hear the distant rumble of drums, a warning echoing from the horizon. The soldiers are coming, a tide of steel and desperation crashing toward them. Zeynep grips the hilt of her sword, feeling the cool metal hum with anticipation. This is not just about survival, it's about legacy. It's about the centuries of culture, the architecture, the art, the philosophy, their very essence that hangs in the balance. Do you believe, she asks, the words barely escaping her lips. Do you believe that we can change this? Emre's silence is deafening, a gaping chasm that swallows hope whole. He stares at her, and in that moment, she sees the boy he once was, the laughter that echoed through the streets, the spark of dreams that now flickers in the shadows. I want to believe, he finally breathes, but fear is a stronger truth. And yet, amid the chaos, a flicker of defiance ignites within her. She remembers the poets who wrote of love and loss, the musicians who filled the streets with melodies that lingered long after the last note faded. The empire was not merely a structure of stone and policy, it was a living, breathing entity, forged in the fires of passion and despair. Then let us fight, she declares, her voice a whip that snaps through the tension, igniting the fire within. Let us be the voices that speak against silence. We are not just remnants of the past, we are the architects of our future. As the drums grow louder, the shadows morph into tangible threats. One by one, faces emerge from the darkness, strangers and allies alike, drawn together by the same desperate hope. Zeynep's heart races, the pulse of the city resonating within her. They stand as warriors, bound by a shared legacy, a mosaic woven from the threads of countless lives. But underneath the bravado, doubt simmers. Do they even know what they're fighting for? Is it a vision for a brighter tomorrow or merely the instinctual urge to survive? The line blurs, and in that murky space, they forge ahead, armed with dreams and desperation. As they prepare for the onslaught, Zeynep's gaze drifts to the horizon, where the sun will rise, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. For a moment, she feels the weight of time itself, stretching backward to the sultans who once walked these streets. She can almost hear their whispers in the wind, reminders of glory and tyranny, love and loss, and the unyielding march of time. Tonight, we write our chapter, she declares, her voice firm, imbued with the strength of 1,000 generations. Let them come. And so, they stand together, Zeynep and Emre, at the precipice of destiny, hearts on fire, souls intertwined in a whirlwind of passion and fear. The shadows loom ever closer, but in that moment, they are infinite, a legacy undying, ready to carve their names into the annals of history. The clash is imminent, the air crackling with anticipation, and as the battle cries rise like an anthem, Zeynep knows this is only the beginning. The legacy of the Ottoman Empire looms above them, an ever-present spectre, but beneath its shadow, they find their light, a flicker of resilience that could transform the very fabric of their world. And in that tumultuous moment, time stands still, the cosmos holding its breath, waiting for the story to unfold, for the next chapter to be written in the ink of their dreams and the blood of their sacrifice. The moon hung low that night, a slivered blade cutting through the haze of smoke and fear that enveloped the narrow streets of Istanbul. Shadows danced and whispered secrets, and the air thickened with the scent of jasmine and blood. A woman's scream pierced the night, a raw, jagged sound that echoed down the cobblestone alleyways, pulling everyone into a sudden stillness. I stood there, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat, suspended in the madness of it all. I remember the moment vividly. It was a flash of desperation, a flicker of life and death. A crowd had gathered, eyes wide, breaths shallow, each person holding their own conflicting beliefs about justice and mercy. And in the center of it all stood Halim, trembling, clutching a crumpled piece of parchment like a lifeline. Her husband, Hassan, had been accused of theft, branded a criminal by the very laws that were supposed to protect them. Halim's voice broke through the thick tension, trembling yet fierce. "You can't do this. He's innocent. He's a good man." Her words were a desperate plea, a shaky lifebuoy tossed into the stormy sea of the Ottoman legal system. But behind her eyes, I saw the flicker of doubt, the haunting uncertainty that whispered, "What if? What if the laws of the land, both Sharia and secular, were just tools of oppression, wielded by men who cared little for the hearts they shattered?" Across the square, a judge's gavel struck the air like thunder, a sound that resonated with authority yet dripped with the uncertainty of human fallibility. There was Ali, the judge, a man torn between the weight of his position and the ache in his soul. He had seen too much, too many lives twisted and turned under the rigid codes of law, the way a tree bends under the weight of its own fruit. He was a creature of habit, steeped in tradition and bound by duty. Yet tonight, as he looked upon Halim, his heart quaked with the knowledge that the law he upheld could crush a family in an instant. This wasn't mere bureaucracy, it was a battleground where faith and reason clashed violently. The echoes of jurisprudence loomed large, ghostly figures of scholars and philosophers murmuring in the background, their ideals forgotten in the frenzy of human emotion. What was justice, after all? Was it the cold, hard decree of the law? Or was it the warm, pulsing heart of compassion? As Halim's pleas fell on deaf ears, I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders. The past seeped through my thoughts, memories flaring up like errant sparks. I remember the stories my mother told, the tales spun with glistening threads of hope and despair. "The law is a double-edged sword," she'd whisper, eyes too bright with knowledge. "It can protect or it can destroy. It depends on who wields it." And here it was, a living, breathing embodiment of that truth. The air crackled with tension, the unsaid words hanging heavy like storm clouds. I watched as Halim's expression morphed from defiance to despair, her body slumping under the invisible weight of her shattered dreams. Each heartbeat echoed louder, a taunting reminder of her impending loss. "Your Honor," she gasped, each word laced with desperation as she stepped forward. "He is not just a number, a case file. He is my husband. He is our future." Her voice cracked like glass, sharp and shattering. The crowd stirred, a collective heartbeat pulsing with the rhythm of her anguish. Ali's gaze flickered, his thoughts a tempest brewing beneath the surface. He was caught in a web of conflicting loyalties, his duty to the law battling against his empathy for Halim. The law spoke in riddles, but the heart? The heart was painfully clear. I remember the moment, the heart-wrenching silence that followed Halim's words, a moment stretched across eternity. Suddenly, the night felt colder, the moon a distant spectator to the human drama unfolding below. I could feel the weight of the universe pressing down, whispering secrets of morality, ethics, and the nature of justice. And then there was the ghost of a decision lingering in the air, palpable and haunting. I could almost hear Ali's thoughts, frayed and torn like ancient parchment. What would he choose? Would he stick to the rigid lines of the law, or would he dare to cross into the murky waters of mercy? In that fleeting moment, the dichotomy of the Ottoman legal system unfurled before me, a tapestry woven of faith and governance, each thread representing the delicate balance between Sharia and secular law. It was as if history itself stood on a knife's edge, daring us to take a step forward into an uncertain future. The crowd held its breath, suspended in collective fear. And then, as if time itself held its breath, Ali raised his gavel, its wooden surface glistening under the moonlight. What would follow was the sound of a verdict, but the real question whispered through the crowd: would it be justice or condemnation? Would it be the warmth of compassion or the chilling hand of the law? And just then, a child's laughter broke through the tension, innocent and bright, a stark contrast against the gravity of the moment. A reminder that life, in all its absurdity, continued. I remember feeling that laughter ripple through the crowd, a flicker of hope in an otherwise dark tableau. In that heartbeat, I realized the Ottoman Empire was not just a collection of laws and edicts, it was a living organism, pulsing with the desires, fears, and dreams of its people. And just like Halim, we were all grasping for justice, for a sliver of light in a world that sometimes felt impossibly dark. As I stood there, lost in this tempest of human emotion, I could almost hear the cosmos sigh, a silent witness to the struggles of the soul. What would happen next? I didn't know, but the night felt electric, charged with anticipation, a prelude to a confrontation that would echo through history, a monument to the indomitable spirit of humanity striving for balance amid chaos. The gavel fell, and in that moment, the world shifted. The air crackles with tension, an electric charge swirling around the courtyard of the madrasa, the sun a cruel spotlight on the gathering storm of young faces. I can't breathe. My heart races, a wild drum echoing the anger and fear that hangs thick like the dust in the air. This is not just a school, it is a battleground, an ancient landscape where tradition and change collide with the ferocity of clashing swords, where the echoes of past glories clash with the cries for a new dawn. I remember a time when whispers of forbidden books coursed through the halls, like shadows searching for light. Young men, bright-eyed scholars with dreams too large for their cage of stone, gathered under the looming dome, each seeking wisdom but finding only chains. The textures of their lives were woven of hope and despair, desperation and ambition, but always, always, that longing for something more. Among them, there was Selim, a boy with a spark of rebellion in his eyes, his brow furrowed by the weight of tradition. He was a flame in a world of shadows, flickering against the oppressive darkness of rigid dogma. Then there was Eileen, her spirit a tempest, tangled in the expectations of a world that sought to silence her. She wanted to lift the veil on knowledge, to stand before the scholars and challenge their authority, but fear clawed at her throat, a relentless predator. For her, the madrasa was both sanctuary and prison, a place where the beauty of knowledge flourished and yet suffocated under the weight of centuries-old traditions. She craved to scream, to break free from the chains of silence, but instead, she watched from the shadows, her heart pounding like a war drum, echoing in the stillness of the room. The lecture began, the headmaster's voice rich and booming, a remnant of the past. "Knowledge is sacred," he proclaimed, and the words felt like stone falling into the void. Sacred? Yet here we were, a group of restless souls, bound by the very walls meant to protect our minds. I remember how Selim's fingers clenched in anger, shadows dancing across his face, eyes ablaze with defiance. What of the knowledge outside these walls, he had shouted, and the silence that followed was a gaping maw of disbelief. Outside, the city pulsed with life, a chaotic orchestra playing a symphony of change. Vendors shouted, children laughed, and the clatter of hooves on cobblestones echoed like a heartbeat of a world yearning to evolve. But inside, it was the same old song, a melody that had grown stale and bitter with time. I felt the walls closing in, the weight of tradition pressing down like a stone slab on my chest, suffocating. But change has a way of creeping in, sometimes like a thief in the night, stealthy and uninvited. I remember when the news arrived, whispers of reform swirling like a tempest. Reforms! A promise of new ideas, of universities that would rise like giants from the ashes of old madrasas. There was hope. But with hope came fear, the gnashing of teeth, the clenching of fists. The elders raged against the tide, their voices rising like a chorus of thunder, desperate to drown out the whispers of progress. Selim and Eileen stood at the precipice, their hearts racing with the thrill of potential. Imagine! Eileen had breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. Imagine what we could learn. The world is vast, and we are but droplets in a sea, yearning for the storm. Selim's resolve hardened, his voice a low growl of determination. Then we must fight, Eileen. Fight for our right to know, to question, to be more than what they tell us to be. Oh, the fire in their souls was intoxicating, a dangerous elixir that both thrilled and terrified. But then came the night of reckoning. The skies darkened as if the universe itself held its breath. An assembly was called, a confrontation between the old and the new, the shadows of tradition rising against the beacon of reform. I stood there, a mere observer, caught in the maelstrom. Selim's words sliced through the tension. We are not here to destroy tradition, but to enrich it. We seek knowledge, not anarchy. His voice rang out, a battle cry that echoed through the stone corridors like a ghost seeking its home. But the elders, their faces etched with the lines of history, were unrelenting. You dare challenge the foundation upon which this empire stands, they thundered, their fury a tempest, drowning out the flicker of youth's light. I could see the fear in Selim's eyes, a flicker of doubt that threatened to snuff out the flame of rebellion. Eileen stepped forward, her voice shaking but resolute. If knowledge is sacred, then let us be the guardians of its evolution. We are not enemies of the past, but the architects of the future. The confrontation reached a fever pitch, words slashing through the air like swords, each side entrenched in their beliefs, blood boiling, hearts racing, the air heavy with the scent of violence that threatened to erupt. And then, in the midst of that chaos, a silence fell, a chilling pause, as if the entire world was suspended in time, waiting for the next move. I remember that moment, the heartbeat of history echoing in our chests. But this story is not finished. No, it is a thread woven into a larger tapestry that stretches across time. The shadows of the past loom, yet so does the light of possibility. As the city outside continues to breathe, so too must we. The madrasas, once prisons of knowledge, are on the brink of transformation, and the voices of the youth, the Selims and Eileens of the world, rise like a tide ready to break. The air is alive, humming with the promise of change, the clock ticking relentlessly toward an unknown future, where the battle for the soul of education rages on, eternally unresolved, forever echoing in the hearts of those who dare to dream. The clock strikes midnight, each chime echoing like a gunshot in the stillness of the city. The air is thick, electric with the scent of smoke and sweat, the remnants of a world perched precariously on the edge of transformation. Shadows flicker in the flickering light of gas lamps, their yellow glow illuminating faces twisted in desperation. They are gathered in the market square, eyes wide, hearts pounding, waiting for the news that could shatter everything. I stand among them, an anonymous figure wrapped in a tattered cloak, feeling the pulse of the crowd as they shift, restless, anxious. I remember the night I first understood what was at stake, the moment when the laughter of children faded into whispers of uncertainty. It was a simple game of marbles, my fingers stained with dirt, the sun setting behind the grand old buildings that seemed to hum with history. But the walls had ears, and the once comforting embrace of the empire turned cold, as if the very bricks conspired against us. Then there's Ilara, a woman with fiery eyes and a heart as fierce as the flames that lit her father's forge. She stands resolute, her hands clenched into fists, the leather of her gloves creaking like the old bones of the city. The people used to look to her for strength, but now, doubt gnaws at her resolve. She remembers the day her brother, once her protector, marched off with the soldiers, filled with dreams of glory and riches, only to return hollow-eyed and broken. "We were promised prosperity," she mutters, her voice a mere whisper lost in the chaotic symphony of longing and despair. "But all we got were ghosts." Then there's Dorian, a scholar with a mind full of dreams and a heart burdened by the weight of knowledge. His fingers tremble as he clutches a scroll filled with calculations, theories about trade routes and a new economy that could save them all, or doom them. He can feel the bitterness seeping into his bones like the fog that creeps through the streets at dawn. What good is knowledge, he thinks, if it offers no salvation? Each tick of his heart synchronizes with the frantic pulse of the crowd, a rhythm that beats with the tension between what was and what could be. The marketplace is a battlefield now, visions of the old empire colliding with the flickering echoes of a nation-state yet to be born. I remember the sound of that first strike, the hammer against an anvil, signaling the dawn of an age where the rich would prosper, and the poor would scramble. Ilara feels it too, the raw anger boiling beneath her skin. "We are not mere cogs in their machine," she screams, and the words ricochet off the cobblestones. But the reaction is mixed, some cheer, while others fear the wrath that may follow. "Courage," Dorian whispers to himself, but it sounds hollow, like the empty pages of history's forgotten. His mind flashes to the ghosts of the past, men who wielded swords like they were toys, laughing as they forged empires from blood and bone. What are we, he wonders as he watches the crowd, their faces painted with fear, hope, and desperation. Are we destined to be mere shadows in the light of their ambition? The eternal tension hangs heavy in the air, a palpable force that draws them together, yet threatens to tear them apart. I remember the moment when the first stone flew, a visceral act of rebellion that shattered the fragile silence. It struck the market stall, sending onions rolling like tiny planets across the ground. Ilara's heart raced, her breath quickened. "What have we become?" she cries, but it's a question that echoes unanswered. "Let them take it all," someone yells, and the crowd swells with anger, a tide of humanity surging towards the looming figures of authority. Dorian's pulse quickens, he feels it, the impending storm, the clash of ideals. He's caught between his thirst for knowledge and the chaos erupting around him. "I am not a hero," he thinks, "but neither am I a coward." He steps forward, lifting the scroll high, a beacon amidst the confusion. "We can build something new," he cries, but his voice falters, drowned out by the roar of the masses. The night is alive with intensity, the air thick with a cacophony of voices clamoring for change. It's electric, terrifying, yet exhilarating. And in that moment, I remember the stars above, their unblinking gaze a reminder of the vastness of time and space, of dreams waiting to ignite or flicker out. Ilara's fury fuels the flames of a revolution, while Dorian's heart beats in sync with the chaos, both drawn into the swirling tempest of a new world dawning before them. In the end, it's not about a single moment, it's about the weight of history pressing down upon every soul, the flickering hopes battling against the dark shadows of reality. The clock continues to tick, each second a reminder of the impermanence of empires and the resilience of the human spirit. "Change is coming," Ilara whispers fiercely, her eyes alight with determination. "We will not go quietly into the night." The shadows of the old world loom large, but the embers of the new flicker defiantly against the dark. Together, they stand, three souls intertwined in a symphony of revolution, an orchestra of voices rising against the silence. And as the city holds its breath, we are all left wondering, when the dawn breaks, what will be left in its wake? What will we choose to become? The clock continues to tick, the night stretches on, and the echoes of our hearts reverberate through the ages, unyielding, unbroken. The sun hung low, bleeding colors into the sky like a dying ember, casting long shadows over the bustling docks of Constantinople. The scent of salt and sweat mingled with the crisp aroma of freshly caught fish, wrapping around the crowd like a shroud. Ships creaked, their wooden bodies groaning under the weight of ambitions and goods that could shift the balance of power across the seas. But that day, tension crackled like thunder, and fear danced in the air like a spectre. I remember standing there, heart pounding, as men shouted, their faces twisted with desperation and rage. The Ottoman navy was more than a fleet of ships, it was the lifeblood of an empire, its sinews stretched across the Mediterranean, reaching into the far corners of the world. But that morning, the horizon was painted with sails that did not belong to us, a sight that sent cold dread creeping down my spine. Mehmed, a seasoned captain with sea-weathered skin etched in lines of sorrow and pride, stood among the throng, his eyes dark pools reflecting the chaos around him. He had always dreamed of navigating these waters, tales of glory and adventure filling his head as a child. Now, with every heartbeat, he felt the weight of his crew's lives resting on his shoulders. They trusted him, but trust can be a heavy shackle, especially when the stakes are so high. "Where are they coming from?" His voice, a low rumble, barely rose above the cacophony. A boy, barely more than a child, clutched a tattered map, his fingers trembling. "The Venetians, sir. They seek to cut our trade routes. We must act swiftly." Ahmet felt his throat tighten. The Venetian navy, fierce and unyielding, had long been a thorn in the side of the Ottoman Empire. Every encounter with them was a dance on the razor's edge, and today was no different. The boy's eyes glimmered with an innocence that made Ahmet's heart ache. The boy dreamed of glory, much like he once had, but the ocean was not a fairy tale. It was a ruthless mistress, demanding sacrifices that would haunt even the strongest of souls. On the periphery, Zeynep, a fierce strategist with fire in her heart and a mind sharper than any sword, watched the unfolding chaos. She had fought tooth and nail to gain a place among the men. The battle to be heard, to be respected, had forged her into something beyond mere flesh and bone, a fierce spirit that could rally armies and inspire loyalty. But today, her own thoughts spiraled. "What if we lose?" echoed in her mind like a death knell. "I remember the stories of our victories," she whispered to herself, recalling the glories of past battles, lines of men surging forth under her command. But what of the failures? What if this time, the sea swallows us whole? Her gaze flicked to Ahmed, and in that fleeting moment, she saw the shadows of doubt lurking in his deep-set eyes. But the heart does not surrender easily. She had learned that a long time ago, bathed in the memories of losses and triumphs alike, each one a ghost whispering in her ear. The sun dipped lower, and a chill swept through the air as if mourning what was to come. With a resolve that felt like iron, Zeynep marched toward Ahmed. "We must gather the fleet, now." Her voice cut through the murmurs, igniting something within him. "Together," he replied, and the word hung between them, a fragile promise. Together, they would stand against the tide of history, or together, they would drown. Time twisted and warped, the minutes stretching like a taut bowstring before release. As the ships of the Ottoman navy readied, there was a sense of something large and looming in the shadows, a portent of disaster, perhaps. The horizon darkened as clouds gathered, mirroring the turmoil in their hearts. "Do you think they'll fight fair?" Zeynep asked suddenly, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the waters. Ahmet chuckled, a low, bitter sound. "Fairness is for children, Zeynep. We fight for survival." In that moment, the waves crashed like thunder, and the ships, our ships, began to form lines, a serrated edge against the unforgiving world. But fear lingered, gnawing at the edges. Would the cannons roar? Would the blood of comrades stain the decks? I saw Ahmed, standing resolute, a figure carved from stone, yet I felt the tremor in his hands as he gripped the wheel. Zeynep, fierce and unyielding, caught the gaze of every sailor, her voice a clarion call in the storm. "For honor. For the Empire." The words erupted from her, a battle cry that resonated, charged with the weight of their shared dreams. The wind shifted violently, pushing the ships toward an impending clash. The sea roiled, a tempest of emotions manifesting in the swirling waters. "Here they come," someone screamed, and with that, the world exploded into chaos. The roar of cannon fire echoed across the waves, drowning out the cries of men. Fire and smoke, an inferno unleashed upon the battlefield. Ahmet fought, each swing of his sword a desperate plea for survival. Zeynep was a whirlwind, directing the chaos, her heart thrumming like a drum, urging her forward into the maelstrom. Every heartbeat felt like the ticking of a clock, counting down to an uncertain fate. They were adrift in the storm, a fragile vessel of hope in a sea of despair. Would they emerge victorious, or would the tides of fate drag them under, their dreams swallowed whole by the abyss? And as the sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the world into darkness, I knew that for Ahmet and Zeynep, the battle was never just about trade or territory. It was a struggle for identity, for legacy, for the very essence of who they were amidst the chaos of a world that thrived on uncertainty. I remember standing there, heart racing, pulse quickening, as the echoes of cannon fire faded into the night. Nothing was certain, but the fight never ceased. The waves crashed against the hull, relentless, and our story, like the tides, continued to roll forward, never truly ending, forever entwined with the vastness of dreams and nightmares alike. The air was thick, a heavy blanket of tension settling over the sprawling city of Istanbul, where shadows danced under the dim glow of torches, the flickering flames casting ghostly figures against the ancient walls. I was there, heart pounding, the scent of aged stone and dust mingling with something more visceral, more alive. It was a night like no other, a night when the past whispered its secrets into the present. I stood before the Hagia Sophia, its silhouette cutting sharply against the sky, a colossal reminder of all that had been lost and all that still lingered in the corners of our collective memory. A figure emerged from the throng, her face twisted in anguish, eyes filled with unshed tears, a woman in her 30s named Elif. She was the architect's daughter, a dreamer burdened with the weight of history, torn between her father's legacy and her own ambition. I remember, she said, her voice cracking, the first time I stepped inside here as a child, the light streaming through the windows like the grace of angels. I thought I could touch the divine. But tonight, that divinity felt obscured, tarnished. Her father, a once revered architect, had grown distant, shadowed by the enormity of his own creations. Every stone tells a story, he used to say, but now the silence seemed deafening, the stories trapped within the walls waiting for forgiveness. And there was Kemal, her father, standing across the way, his hands trembling slightly, fingers brushing against the cold stone. He was a man who had dared to dream, to craft beauty from chaos, but now he was a ghost of his own design, lost in echoes of past triumphs. I remember, he muttered to himself, his breath a ghostly whisper. The world once marveled at the arches I built, each curve a hymn of faith. But now? Now he saw only the weight of expectation, the crushing reality of failure looming like a storm cloud overhead. The moon hung low, heavy with secrets, as I watched Elif confront her father. "You've built monuments, but what of us?" she shouted, her words slicing through the darkness, raw and bleeding. "What good are these grand structures if they've taken you away from me?" I could sense the desperation in her voice, the longing for connection amidst the vastness of history that seemed to stretch infinitely above them, a canvas of stars that felt impossibly out of reach. Kemal turned, his eyes softening, reflecting both pride and sorrow. "I wanted to leave a legacy, Elif." "A world transformed by beauty," he replied, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "But what have I given you in return?" That question hung in the air, an anchor that threatened to pull them both under. I felt the weight of it, the piercing truth that echoed in the hollow spaces of both their hearts. The grand structures, the soaring domes, the intricate calligraphy, they felt like chains that bound him to an ideal he could no longer grasp. Time stretched, a thin thread pulled taut. I watched Elif's expression shift. There was anger, yes, but beneath it simmered something deeper, fear. Fear of being lost in her father's shadow, of inheriting not just his passion for architecture but his burdens. "You don't need to build for the world, father," she said, her voice lowering to a fragile whisper. "Build for us. Build for the love we've lost." I could feel the pain radiate from her, a palpable pulse that reverberated through the night. A sudden wind whipped through the streets, rattling shutters and sending a shiver down my spine. In that moment, the Hagia Sophia loomed larger than life, a titan of history that bore witness to their strife. I could almost hear the whispers of the past swirling around us, the secrets of empires and the sighs of countless souls who had sought solace within its walls. This place, I thought, is a mirror reflecting not just beauty, but despair, love, loss, a tapestry woven into the fabric of time. Kamal stepped closer, eyes alight with a flickering hope. "What if," he asked, almost tentatively, "we created something together? A space that melds our visions, a bridge between the past and the future." There was a spark in his voice, a tentative flame igniting amidst the encroaching darkness. Elif hesitated, torn between the fear of repeating her father's mistakes and the desire to create something new. "Together," she echoed, the word heavy with the weight of its promise. The night swelled with possibilities, the very air crackling with the electric tension of dreams reborn. But a shadow lurked in the corners of my mind, a reminder that creation often demands a sacrifice, and that history does not merely fade, it clings, it claws at the heart. I sensed the ghosts of their ancestors watching, waiting for a resolution, a reckoning that would either bind them together or tear them apart. I remember, I thought, echoing their words, the stories of those who came before, the dreams they dared to dare. In that moment, I was no longer a spectator, I was entwined in their conflict, feeling the raw edges of their emotions slice through the fabric of time. The moon watched as they stood on the precipice of change, the weight of their shared legacy echoing between them. But the night was not done with its fury. The clock struck, its chime resonating deep within my chest, reminding us all that time was fleeting, unrelenting. "We must decide," I felt compelled to whisper alongside them, "before the dawn erases our chance." The tension rose, coiling tighter, the universe holding its breath, as I sensed the moment of truth looming on the horizon. Would they find the courage to reshape their fates, to build not just for the world, but for each other? As the echoes of the past reverberated in that sacred space, I held onto my own breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, for the dawn that promised resolution or turmoil, knowing that the story was far from over. The city of Istanbul, a living tapestry of dreams and nightmares, seemed to pulse with anticipation, and I felt myself drawn into its depth, heart racing, as the shadows whispered secrets, promising that every ending was merely the beginning of something new. In the flickering shadows of a dying sun, the air crackled, thick with tension. A lone figure stood on the ramparts of an ancient fortress, eyes steely against the horizon. Sultan Mehmed's heart thundered in his chest like the drums of war, each beat echoing with the weight of empires. He could almost taste the bitterness of betrayal on his tongue, a metallic tang that sent shivers down his spine. Behind him, whispers of his advisors slithered through the stone corridors like serpents, each word dripping with fear, ambition, and desperation. I remember the night my world trembled on a knife's edge. Smoke curled above the city, mingling with the scent of spices and blood, the rich aroma of history brewing a storm that threatened to engulf us all. The Ottomans were not just a power, they were a force of nature, an unstoppable tide crashing against the fragile shores of Europe, and I was caught in the undertow, drowning in diplomacy and intrigue. Across the sea, in a candlelit chamber in Vienna, Countess Elisabeth von Habsburg stared at a map spread across the table like a canvas of chaos. The inked lines twisted and turned, a maze of alliances and animosities. Her fingers traced the borders of the Ottoman Empire, feeling the weight of their potential encroachment, a darkness looming like an uninvited guest at a feast of light. Her heart raced, a desperate pulse echoing in the silence of the room. She was not merely a woman of noble blood, she was a strategist, a dreamer, a reluctant warrior in a battle that would stretch beyond the battlefield. I remember, she whispered to herself, the taste of victory. The sweetness of peace. But peace was a fragile bloom, easily crushed beneath the weight of greed and fear. Her thoughts raced as she considered the mess before her. Allies were fickle, their loyalties as wavering as the flickering flames that illuminated her path. The court was alive with rumors, cunning whispers that flitted from ear to ear, carrying tales of impending doom and unrelenting ambition. In that same moment, a young diplomat named Emre stood in the shadows, a silent observer to the unfolding drama, his heart a cacophony of conflicting emotions. He had witnessed the rise and fall of men, the gleam of hope in their eyes turning to ash, the laughter of triumph fading into the echoes of despair. Emre felt the weight of his own ambition pressing down on him like an iron shroud. He was tasked with weaving the threads of peace between the two worlds, one foot in the glorious Ottoman court, the other in the opulent halls of Europe. But with each step he took, he felt the noose tightening around him, tightening around the fragile hope he clung to. What is loyalty? He pondered, a question laced with bitterness. His heart ached for the simplicity of love in a world where every bond was a tangled web of necessity. "What is trust?" he mused, as the ghosts of broken promises danced before him, taunting him with their hollow laughter. The night deepened, a cloak of darkness wrapping the world in its suffocating embrace. In that silence, the Sultan received word of an approaching envoy, Elizabeth's envoy, a harbinger of peace or a herald of war. The battlefield was not just a stretch of land, it was a chessboard where lives were pawns, and every move could tip the delicate balance. I remember the way the moon hung low in the sky that night, a silver coin tossed into the well of fate, illuminating faces twisted in determination and fear. The Sultan's thoughts churned like the tempestuous sea. Would the Countess see him as a man deserving of respect, or merely as a conqueror, a shadow lurking at the edge of her dreams? He was torn between the desire for legacy and the desperation for acceptance, a man struggling beneath the weight of his crown. In Vienna, Elizabeth prepared herself, the air around her buzzing with the electric thrill of uncertainty. She practiced her words in the dark corner of her mind, rehearsing lines like a stage actress before the curtain rises. "Tell him," she rehearsed, "tell him we are not enemies. We are not monsters." Yet, how could she dispel the fog of fear that clouded their years of conflict? How could she convince him that her heart yearned for peace, when the blood of their forebears stained the very ground they stood upon? The moment of reckoning arrived with the softest knock, the kind that felt like a portent of doom. Emre entered the chamber, the weight of his mission heavy on his shoulders. The flickering candles cast shadows that danced across faces, illuminating the duality of hope and despair. He felt the gravity of Elizabeth's gaze bore into him, a silent plea stitched with threads of courage and vulnerability. "Countess," he began, his voice trembling like a frail branch in a storm, "the Sultan awaits your response." Those words hung in the air, a fragile bridge over an abyss of uncertainty. In that moment, the cosmos paused. Time stretched, each second an eternity, as Elizabeth considered the risk of stepping into the unknown. What if her trust was misplaced? What if extending her hand only invited violence? And yet, the flicker of hope ignited within her, the hope that perhaps, just perhaps, they could rewrite their story, transforming their legacy of blood into a tapestry of understanding, into something beautiful. But was she strong enough to face the darkness that loomed? "Tell the Sultan," she said, her voice steady yet laced with fierce emotion, "I am ready to meet him. But know this, I will not bow to fear, nor will I be a pawn in this game we call diplomacy." Her heart raced with a mix of resolve and trepidation, the stakes higher than ever. As the candle wax dripped like the passage of time, Emre felt the weight of their destinies intertwining. A confrontation was looming, not just between two empires, but within their very souls. Underneath the surface, unspoken truths rippled, a longing to connect, to bridge the chasm of hatred with understanding, where the horrors of war could give way to the tender touch of peace. In that fragile moment, the beating of their hearts merged into a single rhythm, a pulsating reminder that they were all part of the same world, bound by dreams, fears, and the indomitable will to survive. And as they prepared to step into the uncertain, the stage was set for a confrontation that would ripple through the annals of history, a clash of titans wrapped in the delicate shroud of humanity. The echoes of their thoughts lingered, a symphony of hope and despair, as they stood on the precipice of change, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The vibrant colors of their worlds collided, weaving a tapestry of conflict that would haunt their dreams and shape their destinies. The night whispered promises of war and peace, love and betrayal, a haunting melody that would resonate through time, intertwining their fates forever. In the dim light of a flickering lantern, shadows danced across the walls of the ancient workshop, alive with the pulse of whispered dreams and forgotten glories. I remember the day the world felt as though it were collapsing, not in a grand, cataclysmic way, but as if the very air had turned heavy, thick with unspoken desperation. The scent of oil paint clung to my clothes, mingling with the sharp, sweet tang of fresh-cut wood, yet all I could taste was the bitter edge of discord among us, hidden behind the vibrant strokes of our creations. Amina stood there, paint-splattered apron wrapped tightly around her waist, her eyes glistening with the fire of creation and the weight of her lineage. Every stroke of her brush carried the burden of her ancestors, a lineage steeped in the richness of Ottoman heritage. But that day, the weight felt like chains, pulling her under the water, gasping for breath. They don't understand, she whispered as if speaking the words aloud would summon clarity, but the room was deafeningly silent, thick with the unarticulated fear of losing ourselves to the ages. They don't hear the stories anymore, the songs woven into these walls. Across the room, Mehmed, his hands calloused from years of labor, cradled a half-finished lute. Music had once flowed from his fingers like the Tigris in spring, but now the instrument felt foreign, a relic of a time when the chords of creativity thrummed through his veins. "What if they take it all away?" he murmured, his voice low, haunted by the specter of silence notes. "What if our music is lost?" I remember the night I first heard him play, a melody that danced like fireflies in the twilight, igniting the very marrow of our existence. But now, the air stung with a loss that reverberated through every note, a fear not just for the music, but for what it meant to be Ottoman, to wear that identity like a mantle woven from the threads of history. Outside, the streets were alive with the sound of clashing swords and the furious cries of men, desperate to defend their vision of a glorious empire against unseen foes, both within and without. Each thud of a boot against cobblestone echoed with the weight of history, an unrelenting reminder that identity is not simply claimed, it is carved from the chaos of existence. "Look around," Amina urged, her voice rising like the smoke from the hearth, wild and untamed. "Every mural, every song, it's our voice. It's a prayer, a rebellion against silence." Her brush flew across the canvas, colors bleeding together, vibrant yet chaotic, like emotion spiraling out of control. "This is who we are." But as her voice rose, I could see the cracks forming in her resolve, the way her hands trembled like leaves in a tempest. Here we were, three souls entwined in a struggle for meaning, and yet, the world outside threatened to drown us in its unforgiving tide. The moon hung low in the sky, casting ghostly shadows, as if the cosmos itself watched our plight. I felt the weight of time pressing against my chest, a clock ticking down the moments we had left to reclaim our essence before it was smothered by the oppressive silence that loomed like a predator in the dark. Mehmed's fingers brushed the strings of the lute, the tension palpable, vibrating in the air like the taut string ready to snap. "What if we're just echoes?" he asked, his voice breaking, raw and ragged. "What if all this beauty, all this pain, is just a fleeting moment, a whisper in the storm? I can't bear to be forgotten." I remembered my own fears then, growing up in a world where history felt like a fading photograph, colors washing out, stories left untold. Every day, I grappled with the enormity of it all. The art, the music, the poetry, it was our lifeblood, weaving a tapestry of resilience, but what if it unraveled? What if the threads frayed, leaving nothing but a barren landscape? But Amina's eyes caught the light, fierce and unyielding. "We are not echoes," she declared, passion igniting her words. "We are the storm, the fire, the fortitude to resist the dark." Her conviction struck me like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the fear that had wrapped itself around my heart. It was a moment suspended in time, a gasp of sheer possibility that ricocheted through the room, igniting our very souls. And then came the realization, threading through the chaos like a needle through silk. Every brushstroke, every note played, was not merely an expression of beauty, it was an act of defiance, a declaration of existence against the backdrop of a world that often sought to erase us. In that moment, we became aware of the city surrounding us, the walls filled with whispers of our ancestors, the paths they walked etched into the very stones beneath our feet. The vibrancy of our art rippled through the streets, reaching the hearts of those who had long forgotten the significance of our stories. We had the power to breathe life back into the dying embers of Ottoman identity. But the shadows were closing in, the night growing darker, and I could feel the pulse of impending conflict thrumming in my veins. The world outside was shifting, and we stood at the precipice of something vast and terrifying. I remember Amina's brush dancing across the canvas, an urgent plea for recognition, and Mehmet's lute finally releasing a note that sliced through the air like a clarion call. The sounds reverberated, merging with the cries of the city, a desperate song longing for rebirth. With each note, each color, we were carving our place in history, not as mere echoes, but as vibrant, living manifestations of a culture that refused to bow quietly into the night. And as I stood in that workshop, surrounded by the ghosts of the past and the shadows of uncertainty, I felt the weight lift, the chains fall away. I was part of something larger, a promise that refused to be extinguished. The world may have darkened, but within our hearts, the fire raged on, fierce and unyielding, determined to illuminate the path ahead. In that moment, we were more than just artists, we were warriors, ready to reclaim our stories and our identity, ready to etch our legacy against the canvas of time. And with every heartbeat, the rhythm of our existence pulsed, the arts our weapon, our shield, the very essence of who we were in a world that sought to silence us. The air hung thick with the scent of decay, mingling with the bitter tang of smoke that curled up from the bonfire. Flames danced like restless spirits, licking at the remnants of a world that was slipping away. I stood there, heart pounding, as the crackling would echo the disintegration of everything we once held sacred. Around me, the villagers gathered, their faces illuminated in flickering orange light, shadows stretching like the ghosts of our past. I could see it in their eyes, a flicker of desperation, a glimmer of loss, and an overwhelming fear that clung to each whispered word, each furtive glance. I remember the stories my grandmother told me about the harvest festival, where the fields would bloom with the vibrant colors of life, where laughter would ripple like the wind through the trees. We would dance under the stars, our feet pounding against the earth, each step a prayer, a connection to those who came before us. But now, that rhythm was fading, crushed beneath the weight of modernity, suffocated by the iron grip of westernization. "Look at them," whispered Amina, her voice a fragile thread that trembled in the night. She stood beside me, her hand clenched tight around the worn fabric of her shawl, as if it could anchor her to a vanishing past. "They are losing hope." Her eyes, usually so warm and vibrant, were pools of despair, reflecting the firelight like dying embers. I wanted to reach for her, to tell her that we could fight, that we could save this, whatever this was now, but the words drowned in the rising smoke. Instead, I felt the creeping numbness that had become my constant companion, the suffocating fear that had settled in my chest, squeezing tighter with every fleeting moment of laughter that faded into silence. Across the fire, I saw Rahim, my childhood friend, a man torn between two worlds, the one where we had grown up, steeped in tradition, and the one that beckoned with shiny screens and hollow promises. He was pacing, fists clenched, his jaw set with an intensity that mirrored the flames. "We can't let them take this from us," he shouted, his voice breaking the stillness like shattering glass. "We must fight back. If we don't, who are we? Just shadows of our ancestors." But his words, while fueled by passion, were met with downcast eyes and heavy silence. They were old and young, men and women, all grappling with the weight of loss of culture, of identity, of vibrant traditions turned to whispers in the wind. I could see it in the droop of their shoulders, the way they clutched at their children, tiny hands that had never known the stories, the dances, the songs that had once echoed through these very fields. I remember when we used to play by the river, the water glistening under the sun, our laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves. Now, that river was just a line on a map, a boundary crossed without thought, without reverence. It felt like betrayal, an unwritten elegy for everything we had lost. As Rahim's voice rose, his fervor clashed against the backdrop of reality, a harsh reminder that the world outside was moving on. The city loomed at our periphery, a concrete beast swallowing the horizon. It whispered promises of prosperity, of a future untethered from the weight of history. But I could not shake the feeling that this prosperity was built on bones, on the ruins of us. "Do you remember the old man at the market?" I asked Amina, trying to grasp at the threads of memory, desperately searching for salvation. "He sold those colorful beads, the ones we used to make necklaces for the festival. His stories were alive, filled with magic." Her eyes darkened. "He's gone now. Like everyone else, replaced by trinkets that mean nothing." A shiver crept through me. How could we let this happen? Each bead, each story was a part of our heartbeat, a reminder of who we were. But now, the market echoed with sterile chatter and the clinking of coins, devoid of laughter, devoid of life. The bonfire crackled ominously, and I felt a sudden surge of anger wash over me. If we let this happen, I began, but Rahim cut me off, his words spilling forth, raw and unfiltered. "We must take a stand. Gather the elders. We will show them that we are not lost." The intensity of his words snapped the villagers from their stupor. For a moment, I saw a flicker of hope ignite in their eyes, the kind of hope that could burn down the walls of despair. But just as quickly, it extinguished, fear creeping back in, cold and unyielding. I remember, I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like a prayer. I remember the stories. I remember the way we danced. I remember who we are. The rhythm of my voice, a heartbeat against the silence, pushed against the walls of hopelessness, daring to break through. In that moment, I felt Amina's grip on my hand tighten, a lifeline in the darkness. "We can't let them become ghosts," she said, her voice a fragile but fierce vow. "We must remember." And so, we stood together, three souls tangled in the web of our history, the past, the present, the haunting uncertainty of the future. Around us, the fire crackled, a testament to our fears and our desires intertwining like the flames reaching for the sky. The shadows of our ancestors loomed large, urging us not to forget. As the smoke curled up into the starless night, I realized this was not just a fight for tradition, it was a battle for our very existence, a desperate struggle against the tide of forgetting. And as I looked into the faces of my people, I knew we had to hold on, to fight the encroaching darkness, lest we become mere echoes in the wind. We would not fade easily, we would burn brightly, even if it was just for a moment, even if the world outside continued to turn. In the heart of that gathering, a defiant ember flickered into life, the promise of resistance glowing fiercely against the encroaching night. The air was thick with smoke, curling like the tendrils of a ghost longing for its body. A copper pot hissed, bubbling violently as if it were the heart of the city itself, beating harder, faster, consumed by fear. The scent of spices mingled with the bitterness of sweat, a concoction potent enough to wake the dead. I stood there, paralyzed, watching as Layla's hands moved with feverish intensity, chopping garlic, crushing cumin, each slice a desperate plea for salvation. The walls of the kitchen breathed in sync with us, a witness to our fraying sanity. "I can't do this," she cried, her voice edged with panic, slicing through the air sharper than her knife. "We're out of saffron. They'll storm the market if we don't serve the Sultan a feast worthy of his name." In that moment, it wasn't just about food. It was about survival. The Sultan's favor was as fleeting as the first whispers of dawn, and in the shadows of the kitchen, it could vanish into the abyss, leaving us in darkness. I felt the weight of her fear, pressing down like a heavy hand on my chest. I remembered the stories, the whispers of chefs dragged away, never to return, their hands stained with the blood of failure. "Layla," I murmured, my voice barely a whisper, "if we don't serve him well, it's not just our heads we'll lose. It's the essence of everything we built." The truth of my words hung like a sword over our heads, glinting ominously. Every spice had a story, every recipe a history, and if we faltered, it wasn't just our lives that would slip away, it would be the voices of our ancestors, the laughter of family feasts, the warmth of shared meals and the comfort of tradition. As I reached for the last remnants of saffron, our withered, forgotten packet at the back of the shelf, I remembered Baba's teachings. He used to say that a meal could bind us like an unbroken thread through time, stitching together the fabric of our existence. I clutched the packet tightly, feeling the fragile threads of history woven into those golden strands. It's just saffron, I thought, but it's everything. The kitchen was a battleground, and the stakes were higher than I'd ever known. Saffron was the jewel of our culinary crown, and without it, the feast would be a mere shadow of what it could be. "We need to improvise," I said, rallying against the tide of despair. "We can create something new, something that sings of both tradition and our own evolution." Layla's eyes flickered with uncertainty, a tempest brewing within. "But what if it's not enough?" she whispered, her voice trembling like the delicate strands of the saffron. "What if the Sultan doesn't see us, the real us?" I could see it, the ghost of failure, haunting her spirit, casting a chilling shadow over our ambitions. I felt the weight of my own insecurities, the echoes of all the times I'd thought I wasn't enough. "We'll show him," I vowed, my heart pounding in rhythm with the chaos of the kitchen. "We'll mix the old with the new. We'll create something he's never tasted before." I began to recall the stories I had heard, how Ottoman cuisine evolved through the ages, an intricate tapestry woven with threads of Persian, Arabic, and Byzantine influences. Each dish an ode to the past, yet always pulsating with the heartbeat of innovation. It was the way the people had survived, adapting and evolving through the centuries, finding joy in the art of creation despite the shadows of oppression and fear. We moved together like dancers in a macabre ballet, hands flying, laughter bubbling up between the tension, a momentary reprieve from our anxiety. I added a dash of pomegranate molasses to the pot, its sweetness a defiant act against the bitter winds of fate. "Remember the time we made that pilaf for the festival?" I asked, a smile breaking through. "And you almost burned down the whole kitchen." Layla laughed, and in that sound, I found a flicker of hope. "And you were convinced you could make a dessert that would rival the heavens." Yet, the laughter faded as reality crept back in. The memory of the Sultan's last feast, his piercing gaze as he scrutinized every dish, every flavor, it was a haunting specter that wouldn't let us breathe. I could feel the walls of the kitchen closing in, time slipping through our fingers like sand. "Do you think he'll appreciate what we're trying to do?" Layla's voice was small, almost swallowed by the weight of the room. The fear in her eyes mirrored the uncertainty in my heart. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it struck me. "He won't just appreciate it, Layla. He'll need it." The Sultan, a man caught in a world of opulence and expectation, craved authenticity amidst the facade. We're not just feeding him, we're feeding a legacy. We're reminding him of the people he rules, the stories that have fed this empire. The pot bubbled furiously, a siren song echoing the tumult within us. I added herbs, exotic and fragrant, their perfume swirling around us like a promise. I let the rich colors of the dish form a canvas, an expression of our shared struggle, a testament to our lineage woven into every grain. As the kitchen erupted in a symphony of flavors, I felt something shift within me. It was a reminder that in the face of uncertainty, creativity could bloom like wildflowers through cracks in the pavement. Each dish we prepared became a rebellion against the mundane, a celebration of our evolution. Yet, beneath the surface, an undercurrent of dread lingered. Would the Sultan see us? Would he taste the heart and soul we poured into every morsel? Or would he dismiss us, like so many before, lost in the shadows of his grand throne? "Do you believe it?" Layla asked, her eyes searching mine, a flicker of doubt shadowing her resolve. "Do you believe he can see us?" "I do," I replied, though my own heart wavered. "But we must make him taste our passion, feel our fury. We must become the very essence of Ottoman cuisine, the intersection of past and future." The clock ticked ominously, each second a reminder of our approaching doom, or our potential triumph. As we dished up our creation, I could feel the hands of history pressing down upon us, the weight of generations urging us forward. In that kitchen, with the fire roaring and the aroma of spices wrapping around us like a shroud, I realized we were not just cooking. We were carving our names into the annals of an empire, and with every bite, we dared the world to remember us. The city lay still, wrapped in the twilight of a forgotten era, where shadows twisted like the spirals of a lost dream. An eerie silence hung in the air, broken only by the distant clang of a blacksmith hammering away at iron, each strike echoing the pulse of a dying empire. I stood there, heart racing, as the weight of history pressed down like a stone upon my chest. How had it come to this? The once mighty Ottoman Empire, a tapestry woven with golden threads of glory, was unraveling, thread by thread, moment by moment. I remember the whispers in the streets, the hushed voices exchanging fears and dreams, each word a fragile bird fluttering against the bars of an uncertain future. There was Zeynep, a fierce spirit wrapped in the softness of her mother's shawl, her eyes alight with defiance and sorrow. She clutched her infant son, cradling the tiny life as if it were the last flicker of hope in a world dimmed by despair. "What future can I give him?" she murmured, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. In her gaze, I saw the reflections of countless mothers before her, women cradling dreams too heavy for their souls. And then there was Mehmed, the soldier, his broad shoulders burdened by the weight of his shattered dreams. Once proud, now haunted by the ghosts of battles lost, he wandered through the streets like a shade, trapped in a relentless cycle of memory and regret. The scars on his skin were stories, each one a testament to loyalty, to sacrifice. But loyalty had grown cold, replaced by a bitter taste of betrayal as whispers of treason spiraled around him. "I am nothing without my empire," he would say, as if trying to convince himself as much as anyone else. And yet, here I stand, a soldier without a cause. The night deepened, filled with the thick tension of what was to come. The clock in the square ticked away the seconds, each chime resonating with the pulse of a dying heartbeat, a countdown to chaos. Outside, the city was a cacophony of clashing desires and lingering fears. The horizon bled into colors of red and gold, a sunset that felt like a warning. "We are not just losing land, we are losing ourselves," Zeynep whispered, the words slipping from her lips like smoke, dissipating into the cool night air. I remember the streets pulsating with a fervor, as people gathered, their faces illuminated by flickering torches, the flames dancing like wild spirits. They spoke of independence, of rebellion, of the taste of freedom that hung tantalizingly close, yet seemed so out of reach. "Do you feel it?" a voice cried out, raw and desperate, from the crowd. "The winds of change are upon us." But the winds were a double-edged sword, hope intertwined with fear, a tempest that promised liberation but threatened to tear apart the very fabric of existence. And then, there was the moment that shattered the whispered dreams like glass. The shouts grew louder, the fervor became a frenzy, and the streets erupted in chaos. Mehmed stood as a silent observer, torn between the man he once was and the shadows that loomed. Each shout felt like a dagger, each scream an echo of the past. He wanted to join, to fight, but the reality clung to him like an iron shackle. What if all this leads to nothing, he thought, despair flooding his veins. And Zeynep, oh, Zeynep! Her heart raced as she felt the tremors of history beneath her feet, the pulse of both fear and hope surging through her. "For my son," she breathed, determination igniting her spirit as she stepped forward into the fray, the night air crackling with the energy of impending change. In that moment, the stars seemed to flicker out, swallowed by the encroaching shadows, as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for the next heartbeat. The clash of ideas, the collision of dreams, it was all happening at once, a whirlwind of passion and desperation. Time seemed to stretch, a taut string ready to snap, and in that electric silence, we stood on the precipice of what was to come. I remember the smoke, the screams, the chaos shrouding us like a thick fog, and through it all, the faces of my friends, Zeynep and Mehmed, etched in my mind like the lines of a well-worn tapestry. The world around us was unraveling, yet within that chaos lay the passionate heartbeats of rebellion, the fight for something greater than ourselves. For every step forward, every cry for freedom, the shadows grew longer, darker, hinting at the costs we'd soon bear. The Ottoman Empire was crumbling, brick by brick, a fortress of dreams slowly collapsing under its own weight. The laughter of children echoed through the alleys, a haunting reminder of innocence lost amidst the clamor for power and control. And then the dawn came, not with gentle light but with a violent surge, a clash of ideals, an explosion of resolve. I stood there, stunned, as Zeynep raised her voice above the chaos, a siren call that cut through the darkness. "We are more than soldiers. We are mothers, fathers, dreamers." Her voice trembled but resonated with a fierce, raw power that sent chills down my spine. But even as the revolution ignited, the question loomed over us, heavy and ominous: would this fight lead to something beautiful or would it tear us further apart? The empire was falling, but what would rise in its place? I could feel the air thick with uncertainty, the taste of change bittersweet upon my tongue. And perhaps, in that moment, we all became echoes of history, trapped in a cycle of loss and longing. The shadow of the past clung to us, a constant reminder that every ending births a new beginning, yet they are never without pain. As the sun broke over the horizon, casting a golden hue on the chaos below, I knew this was not just a battle for land, it was a struggle for the very essence of who we were, and the fight had only just begun.